the new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is! That shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
Opportunity here to double that leg tally.
Gage on the second leg, Mervyn.
And a brilliant end. Rowby-John firing himself back into this match.
Double 8, 4-3 win, and double 8 is found.
And Morrison has been there to pick up the pieces. And looking for a ton plus checkout to start this match. And doing it with a ton plus checkout to boot.
A case of I'm a dart player, get me out of Group A, and the trial continues today. It's the second day's worth of action, and we are live here on Pluto TV. We've got 6 stars, not looking to be the king of the jungle, but the king of the church comes Saturday night. Not quite Anton Deck, is it? But this will have to do for you on this Tuesday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, they're all chasing that star spot at Champions Week, and we've got a star with us in the studio, Laura Turner. Laura, great to see you. And when you look at this table, you've got 4 players all on 6 points. That many sixes. It feels like the Ashes is about to begin.
Yes, and it is. But absolutely, there is very little to split. We learned a lot about the players in terms of the levels of performance. I thought that everyone performed really well yesterday, but they were all doing it against each other, and the timing was so important for a few players. And you've got 4 sat on 6 points.
Well, let's confirm that for you now then. 4 players all tied on 6 points. At the top of the table, Mervyn King, Johan, Geldenhuys, Gary Morrison and Rowby-John Rodriguez, all with 6 points to their name. Archie Self and Jim Meyer, the 2 players cut adrift, sort of, at the bottom of the table. But you had 4 players there that pound for pound just matched each other, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, they did. And as I mentioned, we saw some real highs, and there were a few lows for the players. But, Archie Self, you can see here, the way he performed in that match, I think 3 legs in, he was averaging over 130. So, yeah, we can see the levels. I think it's just, if someone can maintain a high level, then they could have a chance of just pulling away from the rest of the field.
Do you have a couple of experienced campaigners in Gary Morrison and Mervyn King? And when you consider how tight the group is, how pivotal could that experience be?
Look, if you've got experience to draw on, then absolutely that can really help. But you just have to look, as I mentioned about Archie. He's here on debut. He's only just turned 16 yesterday. I think that we're learning more and more that experience does count for something sometimes, but not always.
And it turns out experience counts in terms of the betting, because the 2 are, I suppose, marquee name players in Mervyn King and Rowby-John Rodriguez are the 2 respective favourites.
Yeah, and I can understand why they've gone with that, the betting. I think actually statistically, Jim Meyer yesterday was the standout performer, highest average overall, albeit a losing one. Then highest consistent average out of the whole field. Maximums the highest. So for me, 33-1, maybe just that little bit long for Jim.
It is 18 plus. It's gambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, yesterday, Mervyn King was having a struggle with swatting a few flies. Well, this morning got started for him by dealing with a different kind of pest. Yeah, I caught up with him for a little bit of a chat. Mervyn, decent opening day for yourself. Happy enough with the return you got yesterday?
Yeah, not too bad. I felt like I could have had one more, but that's the way it goes. Some days are good, some days aren't quite as good, but I'll take that for the opening day.
In terms of the positives, what did you feel really went well for yourself?
I felt comfortable, even though it didn't go as planned. I didn't play as well as I was hoping I was going to. I've been doing a lot of practice over the last 2 or 3 months, and they've been going really, really well. And for that not to turn up is a little bit disappointing, but there's today and the rest of the week, so hopefully it will turn up.
Is it one of those silver linings, though, that you can still get results even though you're not at your best?
I've always been able to in my career of looking down and out and managing to get a win out of a game. So, you know, the fight is still there, but sometimes the form doesn't turn up when required.
So what do you feel that you got to do today to be better within yourself?
Just score a bit heavier and finish a bit quicker.
And just finally, obviously, this is all good practice for the World Championship. I bet you're really looking forward to that return at Ali Pali.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've been away 3 years, and that hurt when I didn't make it. And I've been trying to get back there ever since, and we've finally made it. Hopefully, I'll have a good run.
Well, wish you all the best, Mervyn. Good luck out there.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, Mervyn King, top of the table, but feels as if there is room for improvement on this Tuesday morning. He takes on Gary Morrison in the opening match of the session. Two real experienced campaigners going toe-to-toe. A meeting which Mervyn won by 4-2 yesterday. Helped on the way of a 1-2-1 checkout in that particular encounter. And the winner of this will assume top position in the group, even if only temporarily, on 8 points. Gary Morrison, the 62-year-old now from Fort Myers, the former UK Open runner-up back in 2008, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge. Mervyn King approaching his 60th year from Bradwell, a winner on his debut back in Series 10, and he's looking to join a number of players that won on their first appearance of 2025 and looking to do so in their final appearance of the calendar year. Following this, he's got an appearance to look forward to at the Alexandra Palace and a return to the World Championships. That is Owen Binks, your referee from Colchester in Essex. World level official.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Amateur level moustache.
Game on.
Always the professional Lord Turner's with me here in the commentary box.
I can see you've started early today, Henry. Now, interesting. I was having a look at their head-to-head records because obviously
43.
Morrison and King would have played each other a few times, and yeah, they have. And Gary Morrison's never been able to get over the line against Mervyn King. Same thing happened yesterday.
141.
Well, it's a trend that he'll be looking to buck on this Tuesday morning. Gary did get off to a good start yesterday.
55.
Had to defy an average of 102.5 and 4 180s from Jim Meyer in his opening match of the session. Did get over the line by 4-3, so showing he can dig in. But Mervyn King also got off to a quick start yesterday, and he piles in the day's first maximum. He won 4-2 against Archie Self, an average in excess of 95 in that one. 4 from 5 in terms of his finishing. His finishing all day yesterday was pretty dreamy. 16 hits from 38 attempts, 42% in terms of his finishing stats for the day yesterday. And he's left himself on a finish after 9 here to get a breaker throw right from the get-go.
Yeah, and I know Mervyn was a bit critical of the level of performance that he found yesterday, but
140.
you could still see, you know, as you mentioned, the 95 he kicked off with, and I think what he did more than anyone else in the whole field was just maintain a good level of consistency. And then you mentioned those finishing stats, by far the best that we had throughout yesterday.
Well, he knows he has to stay there, but he was also rather cautious of the fact that he could catch because of the way that darts 1 and 2 were positioned. But he's left himself on tops after 12 to get an early breaker throw in the opening game of this Tuesday morning.
99.
Gary Morrison needing just a little bit of time to get out the traps. Time that Mervyn King isn't affording him. With a double 10 is found, and that's a 5-visit leg to kick things off for the day for Mervyn King.
Second leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
Yeah, and that's another element of Mervyn King's game yesterday that you saw, that although he may not have hit it first dart in hand, what he was doing was hitting it when he had 3 darts in hand. He would normally convert that double, just denying his opponent any opportunity to come back. We quite often look at finishing statistics based on individual darts, but for me, as long as you don't let them back to the oche, that's the most important bit.
Doesn't matter how, as long as you've got
140.
the trophy in your hands and the title that goes with it. What's it Chris Mason says? You don't write averages on trophies.
100.
But this is a really efficient start from Mervyn King. And it was one of the things that he pinpointed in his pre-match interview, that he felt like the one thing he had to do to have more success today was to up the power scoring.
45.
And so far, there's been real early evidence of that.
$140.
Well, 177 backed up with a ton 40 for the second leg in succession on a finish after 9. This one just a little bit more handy than the one that he left himself on in the previous leg.
85.
But he has to
Mervyn, you require
attack the bullseye if he
124.
doesn't want to.
It should be 16s, and it is sensible play there from Mervyn King.
92.
And we did see a few times yesterday, even though
50.
players didn't have
Mervyn,
to
you
go and
require
could have laid up,
32.
they were taking their chances when it was a bullseye left with one dart in hand, or Gary Morrison with 2 darts in hand.
Game shot on the second
14
leg.
darts off
Mervyn
the back
King.
of the 15 in the opening leg. Mervyn King 2-0 up, averaging
Third leg
over
is Gary to
103
throw
and a half at this
first.
present moment in time. And you have to say, he's making this look routine. It's one-way traffic up to press this contest so far. Well, Gary Morrison may have a compass on his shirt and a fly on his head, but there's only one place he's circumnavigating at this
95.
present moment in time against Mervyn King, and that's heading south.
Oh, that's
180.
a second 180 from Mervyn King, but that's the third time he's found 3 perfect darts when you consider the 177 the leg before.
58.
Setting his stall out right from the get-go. He said he got off to a quick start yesterday. Well, this is even better than what he provided in a 4-2 win over
83.
Archie self.
And we know these group phases, Group A, B, C, the idea is to get through to Saturday. And if you can do it through Group A, then you do get the luxury of a couple of days off as well. And I think perhaps
100.
with the likes of King and Morrison, I think they could benefit from having those 2 couple of rest days in between.
$140.
Mervyn's prepared to play the full week, but he'll also tell you that if he can have that extra luxury of a couple of days off, he isn't going to say no to it at the same time.
60.
And this time just a little bit
Mervyn,
better. I want to finish after
98.
9, but this time a 2-darter. Potential 11 on offing here. The back of the 15 and the 14 in the opening couple of legs. He can take it out in 50 if he so wants, such as the
58.
advantage he's got against the throw in this leg.
It really has been a strong start, comprehensive performance so far from Mervyn King.
55. Mervyn, you require 40.
Tops left after 12 again.
Game
And this
shot
time,
the
no
third
mistake.
leg. Mervyn
He's
King.
getting better incrementally. 15 followed by 14. And that a 13
Full flag, it's
darter
Mervyn to
for
throw
Mervyn
first.
King
Game
to move 3-0 to the good. The double break accrued, and now with the darts in his hand to cross the line. And that all equates to 42 darts for the opening 3 legs at an average of 107.36.
132.
And again, another strong start. Mervyn King really laying down a marker on a day that we dub moving day.
100.
We did say that if there is a player that could just up that level of performance but maintain it consistently, then there is an opportunity to pull away from the rest of the group. And
139.
Mervyn King still sat top of the table. He's perfectly poised to do that.
Yes, an average of 110 over the course of a day is very hard to ascertain. But in terms of levels of
81.
constantly piling in 5-visit legs and maybe 16, 17 darters if the scoring's just a little bit iffy or a few darts gets missed, a double here and there, it's still something that Mervyn King can very attainably do throughout the course of a day.
100.
He's not holding back, is he? Third maximum for Mervyn King, and he's down to 50 after just 9 darts. Does he go for it, Henry?
If he goes for it and hits it, I walk out and don't come back. Because there was no way he was ever going to contemplate the ball. Double 16. For a performance that just got better and better and better. A 4-0 win for Mervyn King with an average of 111.33 and legs won in order of 15, followed by a 14, followed by a 13, followed by a 12. That is some start. Champions Night is a week or so away and Mervyn King's looking to return there. He did so at the start of the year and he got a win against Gary Morrison with an average of 111.33. He gets the better of Gary Morrison by 4 legs to 0. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Mervyn King set his stall out with an average of 111.33 and a 4-0 demolition of Gary Morrison, who didn't even get a dart at a double in that particular contest. 4 from 8 on his finishing, 3 180s in there, added the 177 as well. Mervyn King said he had to up the scoring power because he was happy enough with his finishing. Well, he certainly proved that in his opening game. Match number 2 is a meeting between Rowby-John Rodriguez and Archie Self. And because of that win for Mervyn King by a big scoreline, he's set his stall down, not just in terms of picking points up, but in terms of his legs difference as well. Now up to +6 in that particular department. The twice BDO World Championship finalist. Archie Self has tasted success on the lakeside stage before, the reigning boys world champion in the WDF, up against Rowby-John Rodriguez, now age 31 from Austria, debut in this competition, having lost his tour card at the end of 2024, up against Archie Self, who yesterday celebrated his 16th birthday. The young man from Thatcher making his debut, of course, in this competition. I don't know what you were doing on your 16th birthday, Laura, but I can imagine playing darts on TV in front of the thousands upon thousands that are joining us on Pluto TV. May well be an experience perhaps exclusive to Archie Self and Archie Self alone.
Yeah, absolutely. The youngest player that we've ever had here at the Live Lounge. In fact, the only reason that we're seeing him in 2025 is because his birthday perfectly coincided with the very last week before Champions Week. So, yeah, great to have him here, and hopefully he enjoyed his debut day, his birthday. And I know he enjoyed this fixture yesterday because he did get the better of Rodriguez 4-1. There was a little patch as well we saw from Archie Self. When I mentioned the peaks and troughs of players and their matches, and at midway point, I think Archie's head just slightly dropped a little bit. But when it came to this match, there was a real spring in his step. So hopefully that confidence of beating someone with the experience of Rodriguez, then that may just lend itself to a good day for Archie Self today.
55.
I was in Vancouver, British California in Canada on my 16th birthday.
58.
Mine was that long ago, I can't remember.
$140.
Well, Rowby-John Rodriguez, when he was a youth prodigy, was one of the highest rated talents there was on the circuit. He's had his success in the PDC, but I just wonder whether he's at a stage of his career where everything's all about rebuilding once again. He's looking to build on a really good start of a 149 with his first leg of the day. Well, what a start this is to Tuesday here at the Live Lounge. We haven't seen a leg in excess of 15 darts so far, and we've had our first ton topper from Rowby-John Rodriguez.
134.
And again, this is very similar to yesterday. Rodriguez, in his opening match, managed to pin a big 145 checkout.
96.
The 149 we've already seen today.
Yeah, that 145, the highest finish that we saw yesterday.
99.
The only ton plus checkout that Rowby-John had. Scoring power was very much there. 7 180s over the course of yesterday. In fact, both players had 7 180s over the course of yesterday's session. And their doubling was absolutely identical. Both
43.
won 14 legs yesterday. However, Rowby-John Rodriguez was able to get 2 more points for the 14 legs that he won. And those 14 legs came from 36 attempts at a double, both doubling at 38%. And as a weird quirk of fate, Archie Self averaged 8 points more than Rowby-John Rodriguez, despite getting the same amount of darts at a double,
96.
and still got 2 points less.
In Rodriguez's defence, there was just a little bit of an outlier of a game against Morrison, where it was
100.
a very
Archie
below par
require
average for
129.
Rodriguez, which just obviously affects the overall numbers.
Well, how about this response?
105.
Double 12 just clips the
Johnny
top
requires
line. It may
80.
well be the only chance that Archie Self gets to win this leg, because Rodriguez looking at tops for 2-0.
60.
Just underneath.
Archie required 24. $12. Rowby-John required 20.
And that miss could prove fatal.
No score. Archie require 12.
It's a let-off in the end here for Archie Self. That should be a good guy, just the wrong side. Needs to come on the inside.
No score.
3 really well thrown darts.
Rowby-John required 20.
And you can understand why the head drops, because they were 3 really well thrown darts, as Laura said, just to no avail. And it's given Rowby-John Rodriguez an opportunity to double the lead just on the inside, to double 5.
10.
Not found in that.
Archie required 12.
Following the 149 finish in the first leg, 7 missed darts to win
Games
leg
on the
2.
second
And
leg.
there was only a
Archie self.
certain amount of chances that Archie self was going to be
Third leg,
allowed
it's
to
Rowby-John
get
throw first. Game on.
before he was eventually going to mop up and win leg 2. 1-1.
$58.
And I think those first 2 legs probably sum up Rodriguez's day yesterday, because when he's on point, he was really on point. You saw the 149 check out to take that opening leg, and then in the second leg, 7 missed darts at a double.
99.
Which probably demonstrates why, yes, he picked up 6 points overnight, but despite winning more games than he
59.
lost, his legs difference was in the negative.
128.
Great ball management for Archie self, and we saw him use those 18s to good effect yesterday.
99. Archie required 134.
So 134. Well, we saw the 149 hit in the first leg. We saw
94.
another big finish
Rowby-John
threatening in the
require
second. We're not going to see the
151.
154 got. But as Rodriguez got a 151 in the locker to add to the 149. Knows the answer. And so Archie looking for a break here, having left tops
86.
after 12.
Archie required 40. Game show on the third leg. Archie self.
Found last dart in hand, and that is a breaker throw for Archie self.
Looks like it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
Early doors, you felt this was a match that was being bossed by Rodriguez, but Archie self now right back in it.
140.
It feels like Archie's that kind of player that when he gets his foot in front, he's going to be quite hard to reel back in.
60.
Well, we kind of see it from a lot of players of Archie's age. They're all very good front runners. I suppose the big question mark always is
78.
with players of his age is how can they deal with adversity when they're a couple of legs behind and they need to dig in a little bit.
Yeah, and it's dealing with the disappointment of
42.
perhaps those few missed opportunities. We saw the head drop slightly, but Rodriguez not able to punish. And I think as soon as
80.
certain players, they get that leg on the board, then they can relax into the match, and then we start seeing them pull away.
He's so experienced as it is, but he's going to learn so
99.
much about himself and about his game. Whatever happens this week, however long and however far he goes in this competition, this is one great
82.
big learning exercise for him.
But other than the fact that you play so many games, and that's something that we've mentioned on
41.
several occasions,
Archie require
I think it's the fact that you get to
121.
play players that you wouldn't normally play against as well.
Well, for example, because of his
38.
age, he wasn't eligible to play on the Challenge Tour this year. Certain other tournaments there wouldn't be an eligibility for. So actually for him to play the likes of Mervyn King and Rowby-John Rodriguez, there's probably not another
44.
environment within the
Archie require
sport right
83.
now that he would have been eligible to play against these types of players. And he's showing that he can mix it of all of
Game
them.
show on the fourth
So he goes
leg.
3-1 up by
Archie self.
pinning that 83 rather cleanly.
Fifth leg gets Rowby-John to throw first. Game on.
And again, that spring in the step that we mentioned yesterday, back for Archie self. But Rodriguez
120.
unfortunate with the third dart.
$90.
Yeah, you mentioned, obviously, Rodriguez losing his tour card and perhaps looking at this year to rebuild. And I agree, we've seen him
57.
on the Challenge Tour. Hasn't played every event, but then we've seen him playing in the WGF the WDF competitions as well. Also out in South
140.
Korea, representing Austria over there. So yeah, I think you're right. I think he is doing just a little bit of everything that's available, and obviously making his debut here.
And finding the game's first max. Now, it's rather ironic that we talk about Keegan Brown in this situation, because obviously Rowby-John Rodriguez's biggest heartbreak was to Keegan at the O2 back in 2014. But they both left the tour at the same time, and I just wonder, having spent so many years on the circuit, a little bit like Keegan, maybe a bit of time away from the rigours of tour life, and maybe a bit more time at home with the family and things like that, was just what he wanted to do at this present moment in time, and you can hardly blame him for that.
140.
No, you can't at all.
84.
Well, you feel this is a shot that needs to go, and it's one dart in hand. It's double 11.
Game shown the fifth leg.
Accurate
Rowby-John
finishing
Rodriguez.
found once again. And I just wonder how important those misses are on that
Super,
second
it's
leg,
Archie to
how
throw
they'll
first.
prove to be
Game
for
on.
Rodriguez.
100.
And different players have different approaches when they spent a while on the Pro Tour circuit and come off again. We've seen Mervyn King effectively play the year like a tour card holder, despite the fact he hasn't had a tour card because of how well he's done on the Challenge Tour. He's pretty much played in every Players' Championship event this year, right? Rowby-John wanted to take it a little
60.
bit more low-key, and maybe sometimes as well in these types of scenarios that he's been in, maybe you discover where that real love and thirst is for the sport.
Yeah, and I think for players, when you have a tour card, and you want to make the most of it, so you want to be going to those pro tours, you want to be trying to make the back ends of
56.
big tournaments, you want to get to the World Championships, and I think that's the drive why players go back again and again. When you come off the tour, you realise now there are still a lot of
43.
options available to you. You've already mentioned the Challenge Tour. I've mentioned the WDF, and then obviously the other side of that, representing your country as well. There's a lot of options
100.
available. And actually, we did try for the WDF World Championships, lost to Roman Grabovac in the quarterfinals.
Which was the final round of qualifiers, so it was very close to a
140.
Lakeside debut. I mean, still technically, if he won this week and won next week, and he did the Scott Taylor and win 2 weeks in a row, he'd play at the
60.
ADC
Rowby-John
Global at the beginning of next month. Although that would be a very tall order, but not an order out of the stretch of a very capable player.
Game
That's a
shown the
14
sixth leg.
darter to take us
Rowby-John
all the way.
Rodriguez.
What an enjoyable morning we've had so far here at the live lounge. So
Seventh
Mervyn
and
King
final leg is
absolutely
Rowby-John to throw
destroyed
first.
Gary Morrison at the
Game
opening
on.
game. And we have got an absolute corker for you here in game 2. Rowby-John Rodriguez 3, Archie self 3, and it's been an enjoyable game from first start to, we hope, the very last.
134.
Yeah, really highly competitive start once again to the
59.
second session of Group 8. And I think it lends itself to the fact that what we said yesterday, we can see the levels, and you can see the legs that Rodriguez has won in 15, 15, 14. Archie South also got himself a
60.
15 dart leg in there. That 22 dart leg, that was the one, though, that Rodriguez had 7 darts at a double.
96.
And the average is there mainly because of the fact that there was a very scrappy leg in the middle of the contest, which has kiboshed the players' doubling stats. Rodriguez kicked off for the 149 in the opening leg. Then there was some squiffy doubling, which is why the players are 3 from 10 and 3 from 12 respectively. Actually
59.
take that rather ropey leg out of it, then you can probably put about 20% of both players' doubling stats.
Yeah, for Rowby, the only ones he missed was in that. The others, he's had combination finishes. The 149, we just did the 84 in the last.
$133. Rowby-John over 140.
We start with the 149. He's not going to end with a 147. But Archie self here.
41.
I was going to say perhaps
Archie
people also take out the 154, but Rodriguez hasn't exactly cleaned it up. He's going to have a look at the 106, but he should have realistically been on a 2 darter here.
130. Rowby-John over
Yeah, and the pressure is now on the 106. I get it. The lie was good.
100. Archie required 24.
And then decides to hit a ton to leave himself on double three. Not that it was going to matter anyway, because Archie pins double 12 and secures a 4-3 win over Rowby-John Rodriguez. A second win in as many games against the Austrian ace, and it means that he is on to 6 points in the group, and Rowby-John Rodriguez is losing ground, losing touch rather quickly with Mervyn King at the top of the table. Next up, Jim Meyer takes on Johan Geldenhuys.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Archie Self get the better of Rowby-John Rodriguez in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Game number 3 is a meeting between Luxembourg and South Africa as Jim Meyer and Johan Geldenhuys go head to head. For Jim, he had the best running average of anybody yesterday, yet finished bottom of the Group A table, whilst Johan kind of carried on where he left off the last time he was here. 6 points of his opening day. Jim Meyer, the 32-year-old Luxembourgian, with his 3rd appearance here from Mensdorf in the European nation, up against Johan Geldenhuys, the 25-year-old from Gansby in South Africa, thrown for Mike de Decker dart, making his 2nd appearance here. Was unlucky, actually, not to make it through to Saturday night, the last time he appeared at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Had a 9-darter hit against him the last time he was here at the Live Lounge. And also came in a week 12. The person who hit it actually went on to win that particular
First
week.
leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
And then didn't do anything since. Maya to get us underway. Man with the star on his shirt, looking to be the star that shines brightest today. And
96.
as you mentioned at the top of the show, you actually look at his numbers. In most other Group A situations, you'd say they're probably numbers that can see you top of the group, not be bottom of it.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have the lowest checkout
46.
percentage of the group. But if there was any criticism with regards to that, it was the timing of the missed doubles. Every time Jim was in a
100.
situation where he could have pulled away in a match, he just let his opponent back in, and he was punished each and every time. As we say, had the highest average, albeit a losing one, 102.58. One of only 2 players to have a ton plus average, make that 3 with Mervyn today, but one of only 2 yesterday. It was himself and Archie. But yeah, just under a 91 average for the day. 7 maximums, 2 ton plus checkouts as well, but just 2 points to show for it.
It's a tough old school, this, the live lounge in Portsmouth. And I remember the last time Jim was here,
95.
he just about missed out on qualifying for Saturday night, and perhaps understandably,
100.
you could understand that he was very upset with himself when he was unable to cross that finishing line.
And the solitary win yesterday did
27.
come in this tie, and it
107.
was something that Sam and I spoke about as he goes for the 107, the 18 for double 16.
75.
It was something Sam and I said yesterday, that if he could win that last game and he could come into today knowing that he's already got the better of him once, there is a potential here now for 4 points. He could start turning the campaign around.
100. Jimmy required 32.
So Mayer looking at double 16 to get himself up and running. Well, the single 8 leads double 12. Plenty of time on his side. Time he's
20.
going to need.
$140. Jimmy required 12.
Well, as you say, it was afforded time, but time is running
Game's
out,
on the
but
first
finds
leg.
it.
Jim
Fifth
Mayer.
art of asking.
And so Mayer goes a leg to the good.
Second leg is Johan to throw first. Game on. $95.
The Mayor looking to be the sheriff of the Super Series come Saturday night.
140.
Although I still don't understand Eric Clapton's case of the defence. If you
139.
say that you didn't shoot the sheriff despite the fact you openly admitted that you... So you didn't shoot the deputy when you openly admitted that you shot the sheriff.
40.
Not the only sheriff to play here. Core Decker. Now PDC tour card holder.
26.
It's actually a warehouse worker by trade, is Core. Swapping 12-hour
140.
shifts. Doing that as well as trying to ply his trade on the PDC. Not going to be at the World Championship unless he gets through the tour card holder qualifier on Monday.
140.
Yeah, there is that last-ditch attempt, isn't there, for everyone before the draw is done. Really am looking forward to seeing how the draw pans out in the extended format of the World Championships this year.
There I say the possibility of a Luke Littler against Bo Greaves first round tie.
69.
I don't think anyone is
Jimmy
relishing
58.
seeing Bo Greaves' name come up against them in that first round.
Game shot on the
Well, that was
second
more
leg.
efficient
Jim
from
Mayer.
Jim Meyer. Jim now 2 legs to
Third
the
leg is
good,
Jim
and
to
looking
throw
to
first.
repeat the feat
Game on.
that he did yesterday against Geldenhuys.
Yeah, beat Geldenhuys 4-0. Didn't even give
100.
his opponent much really by way of a look. He did have 7 darts and a double, but unable to convert. Mayer 4 from 8 when he was given opportunities in that game. He so took them. 14 darted to put himself 2-0 to the good in this one, and Geldenhuys yet to have a dart and a double, and if we're going to be perfectly honest, yet to trouble the man from Luxembourg.
60. $45.
Yeah, Geldenhuys, mixed results yesterday. Lost his opener, lost his last one, but did pick up those 6 points in the
91.
mid-range of the session.
Now, in sporting terms, a meeting between Luxembourg and South Africa should be a little bit of a mismatch due to size and population. Now, at the last census, the population of Luxembourg was just over 680,000. South Africa, with a population of over 63 million, according to their last census. However, sport is a meritocracy. Which is why Cape Verde are going to the Football World Cup next summer.
44.
Jim Mayer here again, just making some good inroads. And Geldenhuys firing back with his maximum.
180. Jimmy Rock 146.
First maximum of the match, and there's pressure on this 146, and it's not going to go for Jim Mayer.
Finally looks like Johan Geldenhuys has awoken and turned
Johan
up to the
69.
darty party. He's going to have 2 darts in his hand at double 6.
Game
And
shot
makes
the
no
third
mistake,
leg.
and half the
Johan
deficit back to
Geldenhuys.
2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there was a period of play yesterday. I mentioned, obviously, it was a slow start for Geldenhuys. Lost his opener, lost that last one against Jim Mayer. But there was a period of play in the middle of the session where if you gave
135.
Johan any opportunity at any kind of range of finish, then he was there or thereabouts. So 4-2 win over Mervyn King. Took out finishes of a 1-2-3 and a 94,
60.
but missed the 118 and the 101 on a double. His finishing, although statistically there were a few misses, when he had that mid-range, as I say,
49.
he was very dangerous indeed, and proving it here once again.
$100. $68. $96. $100.
And that could prove to be a big last start as Geldenhuys first down to a finish.
123.
Really good visit this from Jim.
Johan
And he's
Rock
got a kind of
149.
a bit of a wave here. Geldenhuys getting back into the contest, and he's not going to level up at 2-2. But he is going to leave himself handy, whatever happens with
99.
dart 3.
Jimmy require
And Mayer here
122.
may be forced to take out the 1-2-2 to keep hold of his advantage in this contest. Treble 18 gets it. Bullseye for the break. And that would have been to
97.
re-establish the 2-leg
Johan require
lead.
50.
A great effort, but it's Geldenhuys now with a real opportunity. Parity at 2 apiece. Trying to fight his way back into the match. And it's 2 darts in hand. Double 16 the target.
$34. Jimmy required 25.
How costly will those misses prove to be? Mayer now afforded the opportunity. Didn't get many of these yesterday.
9. Johan required 16.
So Mayer missing opportunities at double eight. Geldenhuys looking for
Game's on the
exactly the
full
same
leg,
target,
Johan
but
Geldenhuys.
he manages to find, and we are back level at
Fifth leg is
2-2.
Jim to throw first. Game on.
Mayer missing 7 darts at a double over the course of the
80.
opening 4 legs, and those couple of misses there coming back to cost him dearly. Had led this game by 2 legs to 0, but all of a sudden Geldenhuys, with a decent score here, can nick the
100.
throw in this leg and take full charge of this contest.
$100.
These, I suppose, as much as we've labelled praise on Jim Meyer, these are the situations which he's going to have to deal with a bit better this week.
Yeah, and as I said, it was a lot to do with timing yesterday. Those small opportunities when they came up, he couldn't take them. And when he did have a lead, he just let his opponent back in.
81.
Key passage, key exchange in play here in the 5th.
140
leaves Geldenhuys on a finish after just 3 visits. Taking the throw for Mayer, who's being forced to hit big himself. And to his credit, he does hit big, leaves himself on a 3-figure finish, but effectively a 2-darter.
$100. Jimmy require 100.
Picks off the treble 20 with that last start. And it was an attempt for tops, and now all Jim can do, lay up.
Johan requires 61.
Well, options here on the 61. He's going to have a look at the 25, finds the 16. So 45 left. Double 16 to go in front for the first time, having trailed 2-0.
Jimmy require 40. $20. Johanna requires 60.
Another opportunity missed, and this would be for a 3rd consecutive leg for Geldenhuys.
Well, he's been given a golden opportunity here, and he's
score.
unable to take them. All kids
20.
close to the wire, but unable to slither away through, and so Meyer
Game shot on the 5th
finally
leg,
goes
Jim
back
Meyer.
in front 3-2, but my word, has he had to dodge a few bullets of his opponent
6th
there.
leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
This all, by the way, is playing out perfectly for Mervyn King so far. Winning his first game 4-0 and then seeing Rowby-John Rodriguez
139.
and Johan Geldenhuys, 2 of the other players on 6 points alongside him, and Gary Morrison at the start of the day all losing. And when a table is
44.
tightly congealized like it is right now, then any kind of small sliver of a lead feels rather more impactful.
45.
But such is the table. Archie Self came into the proceedings today. He was 2nd from bottom. Already that win that he had the match before, he's now 2nd.
131.
This table and this group has the feeling that it may get really rather congested. We're not going to know anything definitively until going into tomorrow.
180.
Problem Jim's got is Johan's bringing it up to a level that's been in
45.
excess of what he's
Johan
been
require
able to provide in this
137.
contest, and he's got 6 darts here from 137 to take us all the way to a last leg decider in this one.
59.
Back for 78 to take us all the way.
60.
And with plenty of
Johan
time,
requires
Mayer
78.
has lost that scoring power altogether, it seems.
Doesn't have to panic here.
34.
Yeah, despite making a little bit of a mess of it, knows he'll be back. Jim Meyer still really struggling to find a big
91.
treble. Does pick off the treble,
Johan,
17 with the
44.
last.
And so this, for a last leg decider, double top it is.
Game shot on
Double
the
top
sixth
is
there.
there. And Johan Geldenhuys takes us all the way to the last leg decider. A game which, as you can see, Jim Meyer had led 2-0 and 3-2. But he's been pegged back all the way to a last leg decider. That the score in power pack. And Geldenhuys has just found the heavier artillery of the two. Meyer doing all of his stuff in the one treble column, but Geldenhuys just finding that little bit more
60.
when it's mattered, particularly over the course of the last few legs.
Yeah, he's had to battle to get back into the match, hasn't he? Has done so well, but Jim Meyer just went.
121.
He's on the back foot once again, has found 2 visits containing 2 treble 20s.
100.
Just a ton. And this is where Mayer's got to use the fact he had the darts in this game to his absolute advantage.
100.
Leaves himself on a finish after 9. Courtesy of his 17th visit of 1 treble in this match. Well, if you keep piling him in, then you're going to keep yourself there or thereabouts. He's got 6 from here, but he'd be disappointed he hasn't been able to clean that up too well.
Yeah, because if Geldenhuys now can find a couple of trebles, well, big trebles. Tap Jim Meyer on the shoulder. That's a great recovery after that first dart.
107.
So 107 for the match. 107 for the win. He's going to get a dart at double 16 to wrap the match up. But it's a match dart that comes and goes, and Geldenhuys will come back for the 106. Well, still on treble 17 bull. Couldn't recover.
82. Jimmy requires 32.
Double 16 for the match. And can he use that as a guide? Can he find a route through there?
16.
It's a well thrown dart, but 4 missed match opportunities for Jim Meyer.
Well, he's had chances, he's had opportunities, Jim Meyer, but he's been unable to make them count. And so Johan Geldenhuys comes back for double 12. Good marker. And into the top corner it goes. And Johan Geldenhuys will move himself on to 8 points in the group. Level with Mervyn King. And them two meet in game 5 of the session. But prior to that, we have a meeting between Archie Self and Gary Morrison. So game 4 of the session is a meeting between Archie Self and Gary Morrison. The first 3 matches of this Tuesday morning have all gone against the throw. Wins for Mervyn King over Gary Morrison, 4-0. Archie Self got the better of Rowby-John Rodriguez by 4 legs to 3. And before the break, we saw Johan Geldenhuys just about get over the line against Jim Meyer by the self-same scoreline. So game 4 meeting between Self and Morrison. Lord Turner's alongside me here in the commentary box on this Tuesday morning.
First leg, it's Archie
And
to throw first.
for Archie in his opening game, there was a lot to really like about his performance. Yes, he missed a few darts at a double, but he was able to keep it together when Rowby-John Rodriguez was asking him some serious questions.
Yeah, Rowby-John is finishing. When it came to the combination shots, yeah, we saw the 149 in the opening leg and just put the pressure on right from the start. But said it before, Archie Self, he shows that composure beyond his years. Yes, we know he's got the experience, and
41.
obviously he is the WDF Boys or Open champion, and he'll be back at the Lakeside trying to defend his title. Had to go the hard way to get back into the tournament as well, coming through the qualifiers. I think 8 matches to get to that point.
Yeah, the defending champion having to qualify the hard way.
180.
They'll be looking to retain that crown, and it's not an easy start for him in the quarterfinals. Kicks off a meeting against the number 2 seed, Florian Prize of Belgium.
58. Archie, you require 140.
But this is again another good start for Archie Self. He just needs to be careful with this third
100.
dart. Make sure it's high.
Keeps it high and leaves himself on tops after 12 to get up and running in this contest.
45. Archie
As for
requires
Gary,
40.
it is just not happening so far this morning. Still about a leg to his name,
No score.
but he's not 0-5 just yet.
$140. Archie requiring 40.
140 for Morrison. Leaves himself on
Gage on the
78.
first leg,
That
Archie
tops is
Self.
found for Archie Self, and that is 0-5 for Gary Morrison. Self 1 up.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Yeah, not won a leg, not had a go at a double yet, Gary Morrison, in today's proceedings, but he has run into a very big performance from Mervyn King in that opening match. Legs of 14, 15, 14, 13 and 12 for 111 average. Is he running into a similar performance here from Archie Self?
Well, that was the worst leg hit against Gary Morrison so far
59.
today, and that was a 16 darter from Archie Self.
$45. $134.
Picks off a couple of trebles.
$135.
Well, this much more like it for Gary Morrison. For the first part of the day, he must have been wondering what on earth was going on, with his opponents hitting
98.
absolutely everything in their reach. But now he's got an opportunity just to kind of settle himself into the day. That's not going to help.
50.
No, as you say, a bit of a slip there from Gary Morrison, and if Archie Self can find a couple of big trebles,
56.
well, he could
Gary, you
have
require
really piled on the pressure.
131.
He is on a finish, but you feel from this position, Morrison should be on something just a little more achievable.
91. Archie require 150.
Well, this would be so in keeping with Gary Morrison's day if Archie had found the 154. He's not going
98.
to, but he's going to leave
Gary
himself
required
handy,
40.
meaning that his first attempts at a double for the day are going to have to go. Two fives
35.
on the inside, and so
Archie
Self
require
back for 2 zip.
56.
Double 10.
36. Gary, a
A
require.
reprieve for Gary Morrison,
5.
looking to get his first leg of the day.
Two twos for 1-1.
1. Archie require.
5
20.
darts missed to win leg 2. Archie self being given a bit of an opportunity,
Game's
presented
the
on a
second
plate
leg.
there,
Archie
and he
self.
takes full advantage of it. He breaks the throw of the American
Third
to
leg,
lead
it's
by
Archie to
2
throw
legs
first.
to nil in
Game
this
on.
contest.
Yeah, Morrison in the background there, just
90.
down at his feet, very much contemplating what possibly could have been in this match. Should be one apiece, but as it goes, Morrison still striving for that first leg of the day.
100.
All of a sudden, things could potentially manifest for Morrison, because the first 5 legs he's played today, he can just put his hands up and say he's just been outplayed.
58.
But that leg, he had opportunities and he was unable to take it.
Yeah, and that's quite often the most frustrating thing for a dart player, when you actually, you know, as you say, you can put your hands up. A performance like we saw in the opener from Mervyn King, you can kind of say,
41.
yeah, absolutely brilliant, well done, totally deserved. When you are the one that misses the chances, that's when it becomes very frustrating for a player.
57. $140.
Morrison battling to stay in the encounter.
40.
And that slip from Archie self now presents Gary Morrison again with another good opportunity.
$140.
And this, importantly, on the Archie self throw, which he needs to wrestle back at some point just to get any kind of foothold in the contest. 140
Gary require.
from
80.
Archie. Leads him on 116. Morrison going directly for tops. And
59. Archie
made a bit of a
require
meal of that, if we're going to be
116.
perfectly honest.
He's found his first double, but it wasn't what he was going for.
56.
He's going to have to spur one
Gary
here,
require 21.
having left 21, which is not something you see checked out very often. Double 8, and Archie self is waiting just in case.
5.
And he's now going to
Archie
approach the
requires
hockey
60.
for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third.
3-0 lead it is.
Archie self.
And again, Gary Morrison's had a couple of opportunities. We said 7 double
Fourth
so
leg, it's
far
Gary
on
to
2
throw
of the
first.
legs. And
Game on.
there you see those doubling stats. Morrison still looking for the first leg of the day.
Archie self hasn't had to do anything extraordinary, but he finds
26.
himself at a 3-0 lead because he's been efficient enough so far in this contest. Finding that first dart
100.
is such a key to his game. He found it there, was unable to really follow it up with darts 2 and 3 respectively.
100. $140.
And Archie self now. Another big 2 treble visit racing towards that finish line. Morrison just battling to stay in once again.
95. $100.
Well, for Gary Morrison, the facts are that he may well be 0-8
Archie require
for his day
161.
so far, as Archie self looks at 161 and possibly 6 starts from here for getting the job done.
56. Gary require
Gary Morrison's going to have to find a
140.
moment of magic here.
Agree, you feel he needs something, but that something's not going to come via the 140 checkout.
27. Archie, you require 105.
Well, Archie Sub must feel like he's got his man here. Can he put him on the canvas? Double 14.
77.
Just clips the wire.
Gary, you require 133.
Yeah, things are just not going the way of Morrison so far on this
24.
Tuesday morning.
Archie, you require 28.
And so this to put him out of his misery. Double 14
Game,
for
shut
Archie
down the
Self to
match.
seal a 4-0
Archie
win
Self.
over Gary Morrison. And that is 2 wins out of 2 for Archie Self to kickstart the day. 8 points to his name. Alongside Johan Geldenhuys, alongside Mervyn King, who go head-to-head in the next. And one of them is guaranteed to be on 10 points. We'll find out who on the other side of this short break.
Forty.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jorgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the live lounge reports of Modus Super Series action for you on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, Archie Self got the better of Gary Morrison by 4-0. Game 5, a meeting between Mervyn King and Johan Geldenhuys for Mervyn. Looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 and put in the performance of the week so far in his opening success against Gary Morrison. An average of 111.33 in getting the better of the American. Had 3 180s, 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing, and his legs in that
First
game
leg, it's Mervyn to throw
incrementally
first. Game
got
on.
better. Started off at 15, and that's followed up by a 14, followed up by a 13, followed up by a 12. You can't continue that trend in this game because you can't get an 8 darter.
60.
No, but what he can try and do is just maintain that level of intensity. There's kind of 5, 6 visit legs. I think that will be what could define someone really pulling away. And both these have now got the opportunity. They're both sat on 8 points after winning their opening matches. Someone will be on 10 after this. And again, we'll just look to pull away from the rest of the pack.
140.
Well, Mervyn King will see this as the opportunity to get away, to take charge of Group A and then give himself the luxury of a couple of days off in Portsmouth ahead of returning on Saturday night.
And also just looking for a little bit of revenge because it was Geldenhuys that
140.
won this fixture yesterday. 4 legs to 4 legs to 2. But it was one of those ones where he had a finishing masterclass. It was 4 out of 6 on the outer ring. It was his only ton plus checkout that he got in that match as well. He kind of really brought it to Mervyn King.
Well, looks like Mervyn King's going to bring the ante here, and he goes for the ball for the 161, despite the fact his opponent wasn't on a finish. Dovetailing just low. We'll come back for 25 when he comes back. We said that maybe we won't see the mesmericness of an 111 average game in, game out, but we did say in that previous game you can put legs and strings of legs like this together quite frequently.
$17.
No major damage done, but this will be the longest leg that we've seen from Mervyn King today if he can get across the line.
Potential 16 darter, which in comparison to game 1 is absolutely rubbish. Double 2.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Mervyn King. 5 legs played, 5 legs won so far on this Tuesday morning.
Johan to throw first. Game on.
And I suppose one thing we haven't really spoken about yet is I wonder whether there's 1 or 2 players that are treating this like a 2-week tournament because you're playing week 12. The winner of it will play week 13 directly after. So for someone like Mervyn King, who'll come in here with realistic ambitions of winning this week and then going deep next week potentially.
89.
Actually, when you think about the long course, the longer game, having those 2 days off could be beneficial if he's to play the full 2-week complement.
And if he has to do that, he's got to go against the grain from what we've seen in Series 12 because no one yet in Series 12 who was won Group A has gone on to actually win the week. So whoever does get through, that's a trend they'll want to buck.
100.
Now, week 12 has had a synometry about players going on and then
46.
having success at the week after at a Champions Week in the past. Chris Mason won the first one. He got through to Champions Night. John Henderson didn't, but there's reasons for that. He basically was cooked
47.
at that point. Dale Pilgrim in Series 3 made it through to Champions Night. As did Jeroen Murk in Series 4. Steve West did so in Series 5. Scott Taylor won it from week 12 in Series 6.
105.
Cam Crouchy got to the final from week 12 in Series 7. Actually has the highest losing average on a Champions Night, does Cam. Coulson got to a Champions Night from week 12 in Series 8. Van Schie actually didn't play the Champions Week in Series 9. Jared Cole, well, he participated in Champions Week in Series 10. And Danny Van Tripe didn't make it through. So recent history suggests maybe not, but by and large,
86.
yes, it does suggest that if you play week 12, you
91.
have joy at Champions Week.
Tops for a 2-0 lead.
81. Johan require 84.
Yeah, I do think there is an argument that if you are one of those players that wins week 10, 11 or 12, then you just don't have that length of time to wait before you come through to Champions Week.
The ball to be for
46.
Geldenhuys, and
Mervyn
so
McGuire.
King will come back.
10.
Look at 2-5 to make it 2-zip. Beautiful guide. But just couldn't quite nestle it off the
No
barrel,
score.
and so this could
Johan
well be
required
the
38.
first leg the King concedes today.
Opts to switch, so just the 2 darts at double.
Game shot on the second.
needed
leg.
them both,
Johan
but
Geldenhuys.
Mervyn King punished for those misses in leg 2.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on. $140.
King off to another good start. 2 treble visit. Second one of the match. Third one for the match for him.
$70.
Mervyn, I get the sense is a player that
$59.
I don't think anybody wants to pick out the hat. He's one of those dangerous floaters in the draw, isn't he? One of the international qualifiers. And something, look, everybody knows that his A game is still there to be competitive with the best in the world. Maybe he doesn't show it all the time like he did in the past. But if he turns up at Ali Pali, irrespective of who you are and what your seeding is, you're in a bit of trouble if you draw Merv on a good day.
You've only got to look at what he's done this year on the Challenge Tour. Obviously, as you've mentioned, played himself into a position to be back at the Ali Pali. Finished 4th on that table behind Stefan Belmont, Darius Labanauskas, Ted Everts.
53.
And I think the other thing that you always have to consider, especially when someone's had a career like Mervyn King, maybe like a bit like Gary Morrison as well, is having that passion as well to
131.
still play at the very top level. And Mervyn King, one of those players that still enjoys competing, enjoys winning.
$125.
He's there or thereabouts. Now, the kind of average of averages for players on tour this year is about 91 if you're going to keep your neck above water. He's averaging about 89
81.
or so for the
Johan
seasonal
require
campaign. So he's not
128.
too far off the grade. And he will be there or thereabouts come Cusco once again in January, you would suggest, as Geldenhuys looks at treble 20. He's not going to get a look at the bullseye here, and so
56.
Mervyn back for 9 to go
9.
back in front by 2 legs to 1.
Game shot on the third leg.
No
Mervyn
messing
King.
around with the double that time for Mervyn King.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mervyn King this year has just been a bit like what we've seen so far today. You can see the outliers. You can see the top end of the performance like we see in that 4-0 victory over Gary
100.
Morrison. But it's the consistency, and I think that is what's key.
Yeah, the barometer really is 91, just over 91 to 91.5 if you're going to keep pace with the best 64, which after a 2-year cycle on the professional circuit you have to beat.
And there is always that argument as well that when you are playing
140.
players that, that are on the Pro Tour and play at the levels that they do, then you do tend to find yourself hitting bigger averages against those players because you kind of have to.
119.
And you can split that even more so. You look at the players right at the very elite of the game when they play someone else in their echelon, they have to raise their levels. When you play the better players, you just
55.
play your better stuff. It's just natural. So I think next week we'll see some real special stuff, some real
139.
good numbers. Champions Week, remember, just 6 days away. Every single dart live across the Pluto TV network of channels next week.
$100.
We'll also have a bonus session for you on Saturday. We have the Finals of the WADC Tour Championships. That's going to be with you from 12:30
60.
on Saturday afternoon.
106.
Yeah, that looks to be a really competitive event as well. Gemma Hayter coming back to see if she can retain that title, but Lisa Ashton in the field as well. Could be interesting.
74.
Well,
Mervyn,
that
you
106 for Geldenhuys if it went, but King here looking at 138. Not to be on this occasion, and so Johan looking at 32 to level up at 2-2.
Bit awkward. Just has to sidle along the
Game shot
Archie
the
and
fourth leg.
adjust well with
Johan
the second.
Geldenhuys.
2 apiece. We are back at a level game.
Fifth leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Both players have been pretty strong on throw. It's a trend that keeps going with Mervyn King that stretches his lead, gets into double figures on his points tally.
Am I being fair in saying that this was the type of performance that he's putting in now that he was talking about in his interview that he just wants to eradicate? He's not playing poorly, but there's still gears that he can still ascertain.
Yeah, I believe so. I think for a player like Mervyn King,
59.
he wants to be around that kind of low to mid 90s every single time. He's just under 85 at the moment. As you say, it's not a poor game. But I also think it's the finishing success as well. He was 4 from 5. He was 50% in that first game, and I think he'd be more than happy with that. Right now, he's 2 from 12. So I think it's just those little tweaks, those small things that he wants to change and, as you say, eradicate from the game.
85.
It's Jekyll and Hyde so far from the King.
$180.
Well, the first max of the match going the way of Johan Geldenhuys.
99.
And putting him in a position here to potentially break the throw. I know Mervyn's on a finish first, but Johan will feel if he could pile in St. Deaton here, he's got a really good opportunity to really take charge of this contest. Yes, take charge of the group, but that slip into the 5 could well prove costly.
Well, if it is to prove costly, it won't be on this throw.
94. Johan, you require 108.
108, you feel well within the remit of Geldenhuys.
Unable to locate
92.
the treble with either dart 1 or dart 2. Has left himself on double 8. If King cannot execute this 64, he's going to get 2 in his hand at double 8. Now across for double 4.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Mervyn leads by 3 legs to 2, shutting the door on the South African.
Yeah, big last start from Mervyn King.
Game on.
And Geldenhuys, after hitting that maximum, he felt was a real big opportunity to break the Mervyn King throw, but wasn't to be. And now King one away from another victory, a second victory of today.
Well, if the first one was statement-like, the second one has just been a little bit more forlorn.
But as a player, you do have to kind of, when it goes the way it did in the first match for Mervyn, yeah, you take them all day, obviously. But you do have to learn to win in different ways, and sometimes you do have to grind out a win. You do have to fight.
$60.
One thing we'll never lose is the Mervyn King show reel of facial expressions.
100.
Yeah, possibly one of the most memed players in darts.
He's got a meme catalogue bigger than that Argos used to dig out at Christmas.
Did you used to enjoy an Argos Christmas catalogue?
Didn't enjoy queuing in there.
41. Mervyn, you're
Geldenhuys did not enjoy that visit because it's afforded Mervyn King at least 6 from the 136. Perfect with the first, looking for a second. Moving across the Oki, it's double 8 for a 136 and a 4-2 win for Mervyn King.
120.
Great effort, just the wrong side of the wire.
Just clips it on the inside. He's going to be back for 3 more. The double 4 for Geldenhuys. He's worked hard to get himself into the contest, but when push has come to shove, Mervyn King has just found a bit of a spurt at the perfect time. Potential hit 13 darter against the throw to seal a 4-2 win, his second win, and that puts him on to 10 points and it puts him in charge of this Group A. Well, it wasn't quite as spellbinding as his opening performance, but Mervyn King, with 2 wins out of 2, takes command of this Group A. Doing so with a 4-2 win over the South African Johan Geldenhuys. Next up, Rowby-John Rodriguez takes on Jim Meyer. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series there. Before the break, Mervyn King got the better of Johan Geldenhuys by 4 legs to 2. Game 6, a meeting between Jim Meyer and Rowby-John Rodriguez. 2 players looking to get their first wins on the board, having lost 4-3 in their opening games. Rowby-John going down 4-3 to Archie Self, whilst Johan Geldenhuys accounted for Jim Meyer and the Luxembourgians' first meeting.
First leg against Rowby-John to throw first.
Rowby-John, who kicked off that game against Archie Self with a 149 checkout. Played some decent stuff in there, but missed key doubles at key times. 3 from 10 on the outer ring, and there was a leg in the middle of the contest, which he had control of. Was unable to get over the line. Archie Self won it and consequently won that particular contest. And for Jim Meyer, it was kind of a similar tale. He missed 14 at the outer ring in that 4-3 defeat to Johan Geldenhuys. And I suppose, Laura, that performance to an extent kind of painted the picture for his week so far,
49.
where he found himself in and around it, played some decent stuff at times, but when push came to shove, Jim Meyer was unable to hammer home the opportunities he was given.
I agree, because 14 missed.
96.
But 4 of those were to actually win the encounter in that deciding leg. So yeah, it's just very much a case of getting over the line for Jim Meyer.
97. $140.
For me, the scoring phases for Jim haven't been the biggest issue. It's very much been the finishing.
59.
Mentioned it about the stats when we were trying to analyse them from yesterday, and then going into today, it was just kind of emphasised in that opening match.
And it was kind of the same story in the meeting between the pair yesterday. Jim Meyer, yes, he took out a 114 checkout, but missed 7 darts at a double en route to a 4-3 defeat to Rowby-John, who was 4 from 9 on the outer ring and had 4 180s in that particular contest. However, Jim Myers looking at the 147 and finds the double 18 for a real pop.
Second leg against Jim.
His best finish of the week so far, eclipsing the 114. And Rodriguez, who kicked off a 149 in his game against Archie Self, has been hit back with a big one of his own.
55.
But Meyer, again, not able to push on with those first 3 darts on throw. He's done the hard work. He's found the break. He's found the big finish.
96.
But this is going to be the difference now, isn't it? We've seen him do something like that. Can he follow on? The early suggestions is maybe he can.
He's found a maximum already. Rodriguez coming back with one of his own.
180.
Let's hope it does carry on like this.
140.
It's not.
Yeah, couldn't quite find the max, but 140 and down to 126 after just 9 darts. When you consider he only kicked off with 55. Great recovery with the last 6 darts for Jim Meyer.
126.
Oh, some contests so far. 147 in the opening leg, but not a 126 in the second.
46. Rowby-John in 129.
Made a bit of a mess of that. And 129 now for Rodriguez.
$58 left. Sorry, 68 left.
121.
Triple found there. Leave himself double 4 should he return.
Rowby-John require 8.
Return he does. And that could be another small opportunity that slipped through Jim Meyer's hands.
Game on the second leg.
It proves to be. We're back at a level game, and it's a break straight back for Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Third leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first. Game on.
14 data for Rowby-John, cancelling out the 15 of Jim Meyer in the opener.
$97. $57. 100. 60.
Well, that 60 means that Rodriguez has got real room to manoeuvre on throwing this leg, having got himself back level, having been broken in the first. And now really beginning to flex his muscles in this contest.
Yeah, every so often you can just see everything starts to click for Rodriguez.
95. Rowby-John, you require 124.
He's gone for treble 18. Is the ball left if he chooses to go for it, which he
99.
does.
Giving out on the offensive. Would have been for a potential 12 darter.
85.
Could be back-to-back
Rowby-John, require
14s
25.
to turn a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead. However, he's missed the big number there. Not that it's going to matter because Jim Meyer is all the way back on 204.
17.
Well, if he's going to miss, you want to miss on the outside, and that's what he's done narrowly. If he pulled that inside, he could have had some
100.
problems coming back to the board.
8.
Well, this time it has gone inside. And is the lie of that second dart awkward? Yeah, trying to get it across the
Junior
top.
require
And
104.
as you alluded to, now starting to chase around the board.
Back-to-back tub plus checkouts.
Game
Yes, it
on
is
the
for Jim
third
Meyer.
leg.
The
Jim
104 joins the 147. And RJR has been
Meyer. Fourth leg is
stung
Jim to throw first.
by a brace of big checkouts of his Luxembourgian opponent.
$121.
Now, in a
82.
game which feels very much in the balance. It's very topsy-turvy, backwards and forwards. It's Jim Meyer once again who's on the offensive.
180.
Well, Rowby-John had opportunities to lead this game 2-1 and able to take him, and all of a sudden Jim Meyer is just beginning
100.
to find another gear here. The 104 felt a little bit like a get-out-of-jail-free card, and now in this leg really
60.
beginning to exercise and exert his authority on this contest.
$44. Jim, you require 140.
I can't find that first treble, so now just looking for that
100.
treble with the last to set up for tops when he returns. Down to a double after 12, and this one could be the first hold of throw we see in the match, and what an important hold it
80.
would be
Jim,
for
you
Jim
require
Meyer.
40.
Got to give him credit here. Really
Games on the
good
full
leg
leg,
and
Jim
keeping it
Meyer.
all together in what could have been a really difficult spot. Meyer 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg is Rowby-John to throw
Eyes fully
first.
locked in, fully focused on the task. And a leg away now from what would be a big win against Rowby-John Rodriguez. Who
96.
start to Tuesday could not have got any worse. Lost 4-3 in his opener to Archie Self and finds himself against the 8 ball in this particular contest.
$58.
That's the first dart that he's looking for.
140.
It's the second dart as well, but couldn't quite squeeze in the third treble 20 for a third max.
But he's very much now on the periphery of what would be a huge
84.
4-1 win for him. It wouldn't leapfrog him off the bottom of the table, of course, because he's detached by a few points, but it puts himself back in play, particularly for a position in Group B
100.
on Thursday and Friday night, and he's left himself on 1-2-1 after 9. And the way that he's been finishing in this game, you wouldn't put it past him.
But it is all about getting across the line. We saw in the previous match
98.
for
Jim, you require
attempts
121.
to do so. Treble 17. And now it's all about the setup.
57.
Which is okay. Should get a match start upon his return, but under how much pressure?
95.
Tangible pressure.
64.
This for 4-1 win. It's going to be a match start, providing he stays straight. A double top for 4-1 win.
44.
Match start, come and gone.
70.
Can Rodriguez punish? Should just have the one dart. It is one dart in hand. Double 16.
38. Jimmy required 20.
Well, little John has had an opportunity to save the match, and Jim Meyer then makes no mistake on the double 10 to complete a 4-1 win over Rowby-John Rodriguez, and it means for RJR he finds himself stuck on 6 points still. Jim Meyer moves on to 4. Decent display that, couple of ton plus checkouts, 4 from 8 on his doubles, and an average of 93.61. Coming up next, it is Johan Geldenhuys up against Archie Self.
$54. Charlie required 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Archie with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Modus Super Series action for you on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, Jim Meyer got the better of Rowby-John Rodriguez by 4 legs to 1. So far, so good. As far as Mervyn King is concerned, 2 wins for him means that he is top of the group. He has a 2-point gap at the summit of Group A from now. Archie Self, who himself has won 2 out of 2 on this Tuesday morning. Johan Geldenhuys also on 8 points in the group. Rowby-John Rodriguez and Gary Morrison both losing ground. Jim Meyer still a foot at the bottom of the pile, and it is a meeting of Geldenhuys and Archie Self, which will get the third round's worth of fixtures underway on this Tuesday morning for Johan. It's 1 win, 1 defeat so far today. Averages of 82 and 83 respectively. We kind of know the level that he's at. But for Archie Self as well, somebody who's averaging around that mid-80s mark, is doubling improved in Game 2 in comparison to Game 1, which was a win over Rowby-John Rodriguez. Beat Gary Morrison 4-0 in his second match. And actually, on paper, this could well be an evenly matched game if both players kind of play to type in this contest.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. It was a match that went the distance. When it did come to that deciding leg, though, it was an edgy affair.
140.
Can normally go one way or the other, and it was Geldenhuys that got across the line in the end. So again, another opportunity here for Archie Self to just reap a little bit of revenge from the result of yesterday.
And actually, when you consider he plays Mervyn King in the final game of the session, match 15 of 15, there's a potential here that if he can just keep matching what Mervyn does throughout the course of the day, he could have his opportunity right at the very end of the session to take the overall outright lead going into the final day's worth of play in this
56.
Group. Yeah, very much on the cards based on what we've seen from both players today.
The one thing that I really like about Archie is his temperament.
85.
I know so far things have gone quite plain sailing for him, but there's a lot of players his age where the head could drop rather quickly, maybe a little bit of petulance could kick in, but he looks rather level-headed, doesn't take the extremes too high or too lowly.
And I think that's an important lesson that you learn and develop over years of playing. And yes, we say he's only 16, but yeah, he has been in and around the dart circuit for quite some time.
It's a name that's been very much on a lot of people's radars for a good couple of years now.
92. Johan require 36.
Of course, that was amplified when he picked up that Youth World title at Old Lakey last year. As Geldenhuys finds double 18 for a 13 darter to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
And by the way, that's the first time anyone has referred to that venue as Old Lakey.
And possibly the last.
$42. $140.
Now, I do have some sad news to report to you, Laura.
I'm waiting.
This week is my final week.
55.
I've just heard a cheer in my ear. It's my final week of doing the Tungsten Teaser in 2025. Some people got rather excited.
180.
We'll do it in the next leg because Archie Self's left himself on a finish after 9. I'm going to find out who that was.
$100. Archie, you require 100.
It's a great response here from Archie Self. And it's double 12 for a 141 and out in 12. And 141 is pinned.
Leg. Archie Self.
That's a glimpse of what that young man can do.
Third leg, it's Johan to throw first.
13 followed by 12. Superb contest so far. Level at 1-1. And Archie Self showing exactly why he may well be one of the next cohort of Tungsten Supremos.
123.
So, tungsten teaser time.
140.
Luke Littler became the PDC World #1 on Sunday afternoon, courtesy of his success at the Grand Slam of Darts. But how many PDC World #1s have there been?
140.
That is your Tuesday tungsten teaser. Do get in touch at MSS Darts. And for a
59.
bonus point, can you name all the PDC World #1s there have been since the PDC, at the time the WDC, World Rankings came into place at the beginning of 1994?
45. 132.
I'll give you a hint. The player who was top of the world rankings the longest time consecutively was Michael van Gerwen. Phil Taylor, even at his pomp, wasn't always well numbered because he didn't
93.
play in everything.
Archie, you require 170.
Another would have left the ball for the big fish.
98. Johan, you require 100.
Well, this for a holder throw for Geldenhuys. Perfect first. That lift up to tops.
Game shot the third.
Very well executed
Johan
once again.
Geldenhuys.
Another ton plus checkout for Geldenhuys. And he's
Archie to
2
throw
from 2 on the
first.
doubling.
Game on.
A 14 data from the South African to
99.
go 2-1 to the good.
One 100. $58. $140. 96.
Well, Geldenhuys averaging 102.79, South averaging just a shade under 98 in this contest. Not a dart missed and a double between the pair so far.
85.
We really have seen some great performances, but what I've liked about this group so far over today and yesterday is that we've seen some big performances from every player. They're showing us the levels that they've got.
81.
It's all been equilibralised so far in this group. Which is way too big a word for 11:30 on a Tuesday morning.
I would have gone for well balanced.
100. Archie,
Yeah, that
require
sounds better, doesn't it?
167.
It's just easier to say. And the 167 proving not easy to hit. It's a genuine break opportunity here for
95. Yeah,
Geldenhuys.
requires 76.
You know, 3-1 up and to potentially put Archie self to within a leg of his first defeat of the day on this Tuesday. However, he's going to have to find treble 13 here. It does, double 60. Takes a breath, composes himself,
44.
unable to take the chance.
Archie requires 72.
Double 12. Low on the double 12,
Game
but
shot on the
perfect on the double
fullback.
6. And a little bit of a
Archie
reaction there for Archie self because he did find himself in a bit of trouble.
Fifth leg gets Johan to throw first. Game on.
Past his cheeks, he's a relieved man at the back of the stage, and you can understand why.
And there you see the averages. Another really high quality contest.
140.
And this is kind of the standard we're going to expect now for the next 3 weeks or so. We've got the final week
90.
of qualification this week, Champions Week next week. Then for the next fortnight after that, we'll have the ADC Global Championship, where we expect the best of the best to provide
60.
some creme de la creme darts. It's underway on Monday,
85.
the 1st of December. We'll have a little look at some of the groups that we're playing that over the course of the day here. So it's in Wes Newton playing on the opening day of the tournament.
57.
That really will be one hard-fought contest, whoever comes through that.
Yeah, groups of 7
100.
to start off with. Top 4 go through, then groups of 4. Top player goes through to the finals day on Sunday, January the 4th. And that's an afternoon Super Sunday here on Pluto TV.
140.
And that's a super setup for Geldenhuys.
90. Johan, you require 104.
Not to be, and so Archie Self returning for 136 to go 3-2 to the good.
56. Archie require 136.
We've seen the 141 from Archie Self already. The 136 not going to go.
96.
But
Johan, you
once
require
again, it's
48.
a great setup play, but could be all academic.
Double top. 2 10s.
28.
Doesn't go, and so Archie Self will come back. Double top to go 3-2 up. Crucial break chance to put himself in a leg with the darts of a 4-2 win. It's
30.
not there.
Johan, you require 20.
Yeah, that reaction there, Archie Self, he just knows how
Game
big an
shot, the fifth
opportunity
leg.
it was. And
Johan Geldenhuys.
it is punished by Geldenhuys.
Sick player gets Archie to throw
Well,
first.
that's where Johan's experience has really come into play there. And for the first time, we'll see how Archie Self can
99.
react to a little bit of adversity on this Tuesday morning.
You see that power pack there, and whilst we have had the only maximum coming by way of Self, those 6 140s, that is
60.
some going for Geldenhuys. Quite often we talk about the 170 pluses, we talk about the 180s because it is 3 perfect darts, but actually what can help most players win is it's the 140 hitting. Anything from that kind of ton plus range up to a 140, if you can do that with regularity, then as you can see here, it's going to put you in good stead.
You just keep picking the leg apart, don't you? The more often
96.
you do it. And it just buys you opportunities. And for Johan, 50% in terms of his doubling in this contest. But it may well be a contest that goes all the way to a last leg decider. That backs of Archie Self, leaving himself on 82 after just 9.
Well, you said yourself, Henry, you wanted to see the kind of reaction after the disappointment of missing those
134.
chances at a
Archie
double the
require
previous
82.
leg. And the reaction is he's down to 82 after 9. Potential 12 dart leg to balance it up at 3-all.
Game shot on the sick player.
What a dart that
Archie
was.
Self.
One in hand, pins
Seventh
tops.
fan final
Perfectly.
against Johan
Second
to
12
throw
darter
first.
of this
Game on.
particular contest, and it's a contest that goes all the way. And perhaps interestingly, every single leg of this game has gone with throw. But Archie Self is going to have to find a break in this last leg if he's to go on and continue his perfect start to Tuesday here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, and Geldenhuys couldn't find a treble. Is this the opportunity just to take a little bit of the
96.
edge? Does find one big treble. Very much feels like a repeat of yesterday. However, this deciding leg, there doesn't seem to be the same kind of nerves and tension that we saw in yesterday's encounter.
Doesn't look flappable, does he, Johan Geldenhuys?
42.
And even when things are going against the grain, it doesn't look like he's a player that's going to fall apart at any moment, does he?
No, he's got confidence in his own ability, and he's just hammering it home. He's using that advantage of throw. A 1-2-5 backed up with the first maximum he's found of the match, and what a time to find it.
97. Johan, you require 136.
So 136 for Geldenhuys, and 6 darts from here to complete a 4-3 victory. Another one of them, and that's perfectly sat. Unable to get, but he's going to do the next best thing.
96.
And on throw in a last leg decider, leave himself on tops after a dozen darts.
Is it another 4-3 victory that goes the way of the
99.
South African?
Johan, you require 40.
Well, double top suggests yes. Darts away for Archie self. He thinks this goes. And he'd be correct in saying so, because all 7 legs in that contest went with throw, and as a consequence of it, Johan Geldenhuys is a 4-3 victor. A 13-darter in the decider sees the South African over the line in a high-quality affair. Both players averaging in the mid to high 90s. Geldenhuys with a 96.52, 4 from 7, and that ton checker. Archie self had a 1-for-1. Coming up after the break, Gary Morrison takes on Rowby-John Rodriguez. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Johan Geldenhuys got the better of Archie's self by 4 legs to 3. Our next game is a meeting between Gary Morrison and Rowby-John Rodriguez. For Gary, looking for not just his first points, but his first leg of the day up against Rowby-John Rodriguez, who himself has had a pointless start to Tuesday, but looking to eventually get himself off the mark. For Rowby, he's played okay, but Achilles heel has been missed darts at a double. He's missed 7 darts on the outer ring in both of his games against both Archie Self and Jim Meyer so far. As for Gary Morrison, well, he didn't even get a dart at a double in his opening match against Mervyn King. Missed 7 against Archie Self. For both players, locked on 6 points, having seen both Geldenhuys and King on to 10. If they're still going to chase the tail of them
85.
two, they're going to have to win games, and they're going to have to begin winning games right now.
Yeah, I agree. As for Gary Morrison, it's not even just about games at the moment. It's just about getting the few legs chalked up on the board. As you mentioned, the opening 2 matches, Morrison yet to pick up a leg.
97.
This was a match yesterday where arguably both players struggled to find their absolute best, and it was Morrison that came through as a 4-1 victor.
60.
There is a possibility that this could well be a bit of a scrappy encounter, just because of the way that both players have kick-started their day with a couple of defeats to get up and running.
Yeah, and I guess both, because they would have seen how the results have gone for each other throughout the day, they'll both sense that this is a good opportunity to just get back to winning ways. That can go one of 2 ways. That can either lend itself to you relaxing
60.
and obviously playing your absolute best because you feel like, yeah, you should be winning this, or the complete opposite. And you try just that little bit too hard, and when you try and force the issue
45.
in darts, it does not work.
You've got to have this ability of it meaning nothing when it means absolutely everything. This more like it from Rowby-John.
140. Gary, you require 137.
So 137 here for Morrison. Tops.
That was the intended route and covers well with the last, but Rodriguez can't see that 140. Potential 2-dart finish. If it's going to go, he's going to have to use all 3, and it's chops for an early breaker throw.
Game shot on the first.
Breaker throw it is.
Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Yeah, that was picked apart and crafted quite well from
Second leg, it's
Little
Rowby-John
John.
throw first. Game on. $105. $100.
Yeah, Morrison, he was steady yesterday. He's had his moments today, especially in that last match where, yes, okay, the result went 4-0 against him, but he did start to craft out some opportunities, but just couldn't see off the legs.
100.
Because now, as you mentioned, you've got Mervyn King and Johan Geldenhuys right at the top of the table, both on 10 points. You're starting to see
28.
gaps emerge, and what you don't want to do is, okay, you may end up being out of contention to win the group, or you may need a lot of things go your way
100.
going into Wednesday, but you've still got that group, those couple of Group B positions to play for.
John tries to run him up at the World Cup of Darts alongside Mensah Sudovic. The last of those files actually coming last year. 10-6 in the final to the English pairing of Luke Humphreys and Michael Smith. And he played at the Grand Slam in 2024. Didn't get out the group on that particular occasion before then going on to lose his tour card privileges at the end of the 2024 season.
140. Rowby-John require 115.
Treble 20 for double 18. And now just looking to set up, but it's Morrison with a chance here with his own ton plus
99.
checkout.
Gary require 108.
So 108 for Gary Morrison to get off the mark on this Tuesday morning. Double 16. Well, if you're going to get your first leg of the day, why not do so with a bit of style? And he's done so with a ton plus checkout. The 108 goes, and we're back level at 1-1.
And is that the catalyst, the spark that you feel Gary Morrison may have needed, because he's kicked off with a 2 treble visit here in leg number 3.
Well, that means that 5 of the 6 players today have had a ton plus checkout. The only player not to do so is Mervyn King,
60.
and we'll see him in action next against Jim Meyer. And to be fair, Mervyn King's been that good today. He hasn't needed ton plus checkouts. Scoring that way, he's leaving himself an 81s and things like that after 9 and 12 darts respectively.
$96.
Picks off the treble 19 with the last start. Just keeping himself in contention.
26.
Well, now it could be more than just in contention for the leg. A couple of trebles here. He could really punish that last visit from Gary Morrison.
140.
When he does piece it together, Rowby-John Rodriguez does look likely. It's just for him
65.
doing so on a more consistent basis, which will yield him more success this week.
$59.
Let himself 146 to break the throw of Morrison and to re-establish the lead at 2-1.
85. Rowby-John require 146.
Stays there for double 16 for a 146.
Gary require 125.
Ball 25. But not the second ball. It came cascading off the barrel and the flight of dart 1.
And he did have a bit of room to the other side of the ball, but it's now Rodriguez trying to work his way into double 16.
No score. Gary required 25.
But couldn't smother away through, and so Morrison will be back for 25. But what would be the game's first holder throw? 2 8s. To get exactly that. And from 1-0 behind, Gary Morrison finds himself 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first.
Looking for a third, treble 20. Has to settle for the 140. Just think that second dart just landed a bit awkwardly there for Rodriguez.
Interesting you mentioned that Rowby-John Rodriguez was close to qualifying for the Lakeside
100.
because actually maybe a change of venue could have meant a change in fortune, because his record at Alexandra Palace isn't one that exactly screams off the page. He's only made the
56.
second round on 2 occasions in 7 attempts at the World Championship. Those coming in 2019 and 2022, where he lost out to Cristo Reyes in the last leg decider, who's going to be back at the World Championship this year. CR180. And Luke Humphreys in 2022. Lost out to Noel Malekdem in 2020. That was the infamous World Championship where Malekdem could have knocked Peter Wright out, and how the world would have been a different place potentially.
No, I remember that game well. I was in comms for that one.
100.
Went right down to the wire, and yeah, Peter Wright just edging out Noel Mallockton, but that's what makes the Wells exciting. We get to see players that perhaps we don't get to see on a regular basis. A bit like here at the Super Series, it's that introduction to a few new faces, and off the back of it, sometimes superstars are created.
81. Rowby-John requires 72.
It was a little over 2 years ago where it was only really people within the darting circles or people that are very much within the sport of darts that knew the name
Gary,
Luke Littler, and now
160.
there's not a person in the country that doesn't know his name.
I reckon there's close to not a person on the planet.
Well, this would be a world-class finish, but Morrison's not going to find the 160, and so Rodriguez back for 32 to level up at 2-2.
90. Rowby-John required 32.
Oh, double 9, switch up to the top of the
Game
board,
shot
and the
the
double-double
fourth leg.
finish
Rowby-John
goes for Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Fifth leg, it's Gary.
We are
to
back
first.
on level
Game.
terms on a day which has already seen 3 last leg deciders in the opening 7 matches.
The one thing I'd say for both these players, though,
66.
so far these last couple of days is nothing seems to be coming particularly easily. Yes, we're seeing signs of exactly what they can do, but every so often you'll notice, especially with Rodriguez, just a loss of form in terms of how he's throwing. He's a very forceful thrower anyway. You just see him trying to
96.
catch the end of the dart because it hasn't quite left his hand correctly.
It's all been hard work, hasn't it?
$59. $96.
Yeah, and this now looking like rather hard work for Gary Morrison, who already just 6 starts into leg 5
60.
finds himself right on the back foot.
$99.
Oh, great pick off for the last there for Rowby-John. RJR, the original RJR. RJR 1.
26.
The first RJR we've seen on the scene.
Yeah, they're
58.
quite a darting family, isn't it? I think actually the first one would be Roxy James. So he must be RJR 2. just to confuse things.
100. Rowby-John record 152.
Interestingly, the Rodriguez, because of Benson Sinovic and how well he's
140.
been playing at the top level for so long, we never actually saw any of the RJR brothers in any kind of combination play alongside one another at a World Cup.
60. Rowby-John record 12.
2 6s.
Game shot on the fifth
3-2
leg.
leads
Rowby-John
for Rowby-John Rodriguez.
I was just trying to think. The only brother combination I
Sixth
can
leg,
think
it's
of would be the
Rowby-John to throw
hybrids for
first.
Belgium.
Game on.
Kim and Ronnie.
Yeah, I'm sure if you ask Paul Nicholson about the Hybrids brothers, there was a couple of intriguing battles between Belgium and Australia.
59.
Of course, Paul Nicholson famously representing Australia at that tournament. Had darts to win the World Cup for Australia, didn't he?
180.
Yeah, alongside Simon Whitlock. But it's Morrison with the first maxi of this match.
140.
It's a great response, but you think that Gary Morrison needs more of the same here just to try and level it up because he's going to have to find a way of breaking Rodriguez now.
100.
Has played in the World Cup of Darts himself as Gary Morrison, representing the United States of America with Darren Young in 2012 made it through to the quarterfinals where they lost 3-1 to England, having defeated Germany in the second round. Actually picked up a point in a singles match against Phil Taylor in that quarterfinal defeat. And he's looking to take us all the way. He's led himself on 1-6-1. And Rodriguez has only left himself on 150.
Treble 17 for the ball for a 1-6-1 and a level game. You heard that clip to the wire.
Rowby-John required 150.
Well, for Rodriguez, frustration because he knows that he should have been much closer in this game, particularly because he had the darts in it and his opportunity to win the game on throw. Looks like it's about to come to a close because Morrison are going to take us to a last leg.
9.
But he's unable to take the chance.
Rowby-John required 52.
And so Rowby-John Rodriguez 52 for full 2 win.
Double 16 to complete the task, and it is double 16 found for Rowby-John Rodriguez. It's a 4-2 win over Gary Morrison, his first win of the day, and that should just be the catalyst to propel him on to more wins throughout the rest of this session. It's a tight game. It's a game that saw Morrison pick up a couple of legs, but that 108 finish, but it's the man from Austria who gets the victory. Coming up next, Jim Mayer takes on Mervyn King.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jorgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
So we are at game number 9 of our Tuesday session here in Portsmouth, and before the break, Rowby-John Rodriguez got the better of Gary Morrison by 4 legs to 2. Every single dart is being broadcast to you live on Pluto TV, which is downloadable via the App Store in the United Kingdom, anywhere around the world. If you're watching on a traditional TV set, then those privileges of tuning in via the red button service is coming to a close over the course of the month, so you will have to download the app to keep watching Pluto TV. And we do have plenty more coming up. Next week, Champions Week will be upon us, and then the ADC Global Championship will get underway on Monday, the 1st of December. Every single dart beamed and broadcast live to you across Pluto TV. Mervyn King is the man who has control and command of this particular group. He can move on to 12 points of a win against Jim Meyer, who's already accounted so far today for Rowby-John Rodriguez, with a decent display in that one, averaged over 93.5 in that contest. But Mervyn begins to find his top stuff, then he's going to have to find perhaps another gear.
Yeah, for me, this is another interesting tie. We've got top of the table taking on bottom of the table. It's a match that Mervyn King won 4 legs to 2 yesterday.
100.
Again, another one where
Jimmy require 164.
Jim Meyer posted some good figures. Average just under the 90 mark. 2 from 6 on the doubles.
83.
And this leg has left himself an 81 after just a dozen darts, putting the task up to Mervyn King, who, if we're going to be honest, so far has kind of had it his own way. Been in control of both the matches he's played, but may well find himself behind here. Will find himself behind. 15 darter for Jim Meyer to get up and running.
Mervyn King, he's had that, because of the way the fixtures fall, he's now had that long break. Most players will get a more substantial break, won't they, throughout the session. And it's what you do in that practice room. Obviously, Mervyn, very experienced, played here at the Live Lounge previously, but should know how to manage time. But sometimes it's difficult. Do you stay on the board? Do you keep practicing? Do you just have a rest, get some food? I know that's important when you've got these longer sessions. A lot of players have probably said to me have said to me in the past that the one thing on Davy that they perhaps underestimated is, bringing in your own food, making sure that you've got that sustenance throughout the day as well.
100.
So there's lots of things to think about and mitigate when you do have the break.
I really like Charlie Manby's game plan when it comes to the whole eating situation over the course of the day, because at the same time you don't want to eat something big that then fills you up. So
100.
he kind of brings in picky bits of fruit, so like little bits of banana, little bit of apples, grapes, things like that. Just things you can just have a little bit of a nibble of here and there, and not
140.
overly fill yourself up, but also feel energized and refreshed as you head back up onto the hockey.
41.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. A little bit of grazing.
$95.
So you're not going to have a 2-course meal, are you, between games? Although I have seen players bring in
60.
big lunches
Mervyn, you
before.
require 106.
Very famous bakery across the road, which sometimes gets used. 106 isn't going to go for Merv.
58.
Has control of the leg.
To be fair, I know what bakery you mean, and I know it's across the road, but I've used one of those delivery apps to just get it delivered here as well.
That is the height of laziness, that. But I've done the same.
I'm dedicated to the prep work, you know this.
88.
40. Jimmy require 155.
Well, the 155 isn't going to go, and so King returning for double 4 to level up at 1 apiece.
46. Mervyn, you require 8.
Yeah, the way Mervyn's been hitting doubles, you feel that it will be a level game.
Game shot on the second leg.
No issues
Mervyn
whatsoever.
King.
Not as bad as a producer that we
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game
we had here once upon a time who was that thirsty in the middle of a session, basically wanted a coffee from a well-known coffee chain.
96.
But because word had gone round that said person wanted a cup of coffee from certain coffee chain, he ended up paying 50 quid for coffee because everybody wanted one.
59.
Yeah, well, they are the breaks.
93. $134.
Big 2 treble visit from Mervyn King.
$85.
Although we're only in the third leg, this game just has that feeling that 1 or 2 little slips is going to be really costly for either of these players.
98. $60.
He's left himself on a finish, Mayor, but he's also at the same time left himself rather susceptible with the fact that he's only on 167. Mervyn traversing the board once more.
55.
I think because he stands so extremely to the left of the oche when you look at the board that sometimes he will have to move across to the right just to get a better angle.
57. Mervyn, you require 155.
So 155 for Mervyn to go 2-1 up. So Mayo is going to get a chance to move and sell 2-1 to the good in this
65.
game.
Jim, you require 100.
King just salvaging that throw with the last dart, finding treble 19, but it's a 110 here for Jim Mayer. And it's one dart at tops, and the 110 is found. It's another ton plus checkout for Jim Mayer.
That is his third three-figure out of the day. Oh, it's the only player yet to have a ton topper so far in Mervyn King. And he may well need a moment of magnificence here to turn this particular contest around. And I'll tell you what, this would be some fillet for Johan Geldenhuys. Takes on Gary Morrison in the next. And if Mervyn was to slip up here, he'd have an opportunity to go top of the group on 12 points. And also, it'd open things up for Archie himself, who's on 8 points. There's a couple further back. But his leg difference is good enough to really make an impact towards the end of the day. His last two coming against Mayer and King, respectively.
Yeah, you mentioned it before, but it could all come down to that King self-match right at the tail end of this session to see who will be leading going into the final day of Group A play.
$180.
Well, 180 for King puts himself in a really good position to square this game up at 2-2.
$134.
Good passage of play here from Mervyn King. 180, 134. Jim Mayer, not much he can do from this position.
Mervyn, you require 70.
King most certainly does have time on his side.
Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Good post, 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $40.
Can tell he's not overly enamoured, is Mervyn, right now.
$60.
Yeah, Mervyn King, definitely a player that wears his heart on his sleeve, and we've mentioned before, he's just one of those players that gives us a lot of facial expressions.
I'd love to see a game between him and Johan Brouwer. We are going to see Johan Brouwer again at the Global Championship in December, having qualified for that.
100.
And he's in Group 6 with Devon Peterson, Dean Gallagher, Johnny Barnes, Patrick Decker, a to-be-confirmed player, and Vicky Caltoriccio, who's qualified through the WADC Order of Merit in 2025. I believe that's one of the last chance qualifiers, that to be confirmed player.
140.
Either that or that TBC is a very, very handy operator.
Got multiple chances anyway.
They play with 2 groups.
Jimmy Rockwell 100.
Right, this to go 3-2 to the good, and 6 starts from here for Jim Meyer, who's actually just beginning to show exactly what we knew he was capable of, and maybe having a reversal of
56.
some of his fortunes on Monday here.
It just could be a really important few games coming up, because obviously if King wins, then he does stretch that lead once again at the top of the table. He would put him on to 12 points, but if Jim can find a way of getting past our table topper, then puts him on 6 and makes things very interesting indeed as he looks for the double-double finish and goes within 1 of the match.
One away of a cheeky little double-double. Not that it pleased Mervyn too much.
Game on.
Mervyn King, a face full of focus.
99.
I think he too recognises the fact that if he does slip up here, then he could be vulnerable. It's the Geldenhuys. He's playing Gary Morrison next. Gary Morrison yet to pick up a win.
$100.
To quote Jackie Goodman from Friday Night Dinner, Mervyn King could be vulnerable.
120.
And if Jim Meyer wins this game, be a bit more like Jim from Friday Night Dinner. Hello all to potentially winning this group.
13.
There's no Wilson in this group, though. We do have Carl Wilson in the Globals.
$100.
It's Mayer with the advantage once again, leading the charge, racing to that
99.
line. We've seen him stumble when it's come to finishing off matches. Missed 4 to win his opener.
$100.
Well, Mervyn's going to keep him on his tail. May just be a dart at the bullseye here to get a win over the 2-time World Championship runner-up. Bullseye. Brilliant from Jim Meyer. And he's picked up 2 real big victories on this Tuesday. For Mervyn King, well, that's a defeat which could well be rather fateful, because now he's chasing potentially Johan Geldenhuys, depending on what he does next. He takes on Gary Morrison on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's true. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So we're 3 games down on this Tuesday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Jim Meyer get the better Mervyn King by 4 legs to 2. Mervyn, who was making great progress through Tuesday, but has hit his first stumbling block of the session. He's still top of the table, but Johan Geldenhuys is keeping very close company in behind. Both players on 10 points, having won 2 of their opening 3 matches. Archie self is on 8, just in behind as well. Rowby-John's on 8, but he's got a lot of work to do, as you can see there in terms of his legs difference, -4 there. Jim Meyer and Gary Morrison, the 2 players at the bottom of the group, both with 6 points to their name, respectively. Game 10 is a meeting of the United States of America and South Africa, as Gary Morrison takes on Johan Geldenhuys. For Johan, an opportunity to go to the summit, to the top of the group, to assume the ascendancy in this Group A, with a couple of rounds of fixtures to go on this Tuesday. He'd have one more to play after this against Rowby-John Rodriguez at the end of the session, piling the pressure on Mervyn King, who plays Rowby-John himself, and Archie self in the final match of Tuesday's play here on Pluto TV. And for Johan Geldenhuys, Laura, because of what happened before the break with Jim Meyer beating Mervyn King, this is a great opportunity for him to really set the tone, playing first in his round of fixtures, to go top of the table and really ask the question of Mervyn King.
Yeah, massive opportunity, and considering that Gary Morrison yet to pick up any points today, I think Geldenhuys will realise that himself. This is a match where Geldenhuys completely dominated Gary Morrison yesterday, winning 4 legs to 0. So I agree, it's a real opportunity. But once again, when you look at the table, it makes really interesting reading, because you've now got 2 on 10, 2 on 8, 2 on 6. Obviously, that will change after this fixture. But 11. Then coming up, Archie self taking on Jim Meyer. that's another one that could see a real shift in the tables, because the one thing Jim Mayer does have going for him at the moment is that positive leg difference, because the results have all been so close.
Well, results yesterday going close, and in terms of his wins today, he's managed to win 4-1 and 4-2, so he's been chipping on a few legs in terms of his legs difference as well.
I feel very much like I did yesterday, that I think I know, and then I'm again none the wiser as to who will be topping this Group A table, because again it just feels Mervyn King's gone from a position of being able to dominate to it being a little bit open.
You think you know, but you don't know.
121.
You sound like my kids. They say things like that to me all the time.
However, there has been a group which has been ladled with
140.
unpredictability. And the thing is, you wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow, maybe not so much the top spot, but say, for example, the Group B positionings, the players that were in 5th and 6th, Mayer and Morrison, they could so easily flip-flop the likes of Archie self and Rowby-John Rodriguez and potentially get into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. It's not out the reckoning whatsoever.
No, nothing is. And it's just been these few moments of magic that we've seen from players. They seem to be just getting that done at the right time. All the difference so far today. And is this a little moment of magic here for Geldenhuys? 84 required. May just be one at the ball, and it is for a breaker throw.
51. Gary, you require 144.
Morrison needs a moment of magic here. But there will be no rabbits out of hats at this particular juncture. And so Geldenhuys back for 33 for what would be an opening leg break. Two 16s to get Johan up and running. That's a break for the South African. 1-0.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Really incredible story about Gary Morrison. We mentioned the run to the 2008 UK Open final. By the way, when Gary Morrison made that final in 08, Archie himself wasn't even born. It was a tournament he never nearly played in. He accidentally left his Canadian passport at JFK Airport in New York City. Luckily for him, he had a British passport on him, which was enough to allow him into Britain after his arrival at Manchester Airport. It's amazing how darts can have 43. That sort of what-if thing about it.
I imagine there's not many people that have that dual nationality. A backup passport. It sounds handy to have, especially in a situation like that.
Played in the early world match plays. That was back in the days where, see, there was a lot of division within the sport, and the then WDC invited players from the North American region to pop up the fields for a lot of those events. And actually, I spoke to Gary about it, and I asked him directly, what was your thoughts on it? And obviously, a lot of people say that that was the case where players have popped up, but he does get very defensive of that, because he says at that time, Larry Butler won the World Match Play course, the first one, and a lot of the players on that part of the world were very much heading towards the thick end of the tournaments. And that he felt the players in that region felt as much a part of it as perhaps the top players from the UK, who of course made the split at the time.
Yeah, and he's a player that's still playing regularly over in North America on the CDC Tour, 7th in that table. Made it right the way through. Best result was a runner-up position. Runner-up position a couple of times this season.
73 left.
$45. Johan, you require 144.
So 1-4-4 for Geldenhuys to double his lead, not to be this time, and so Morrison will look at 43 to break back.
100. Gary required 43.
We already feel there's some big moments in these early exchanges between the pair. Well, that reaction tells you he was going for the 3, but it's not a complete disaster. 24 left. Now Morrison's made it awkward.
Johan required 44.
Well, he's opened the door up for Geldenhuys, for whom this was an opportunity he perhaps didn't expect. His double top to go 2 up. Now double 10.
24.
Clips the wire, and that was a real chance there.
6.
But double 3 is not a given.
Game shot on the second.
Unless you're Gary Morrison. And then it's not a problem at all.
No
Third
such
against
trapdoor
Gary to
opening
throw
for
first.
Gary Morrison, which means we get to play a game of what crazy tournament has an American player won? Oh, we love this one. It's one of our favourites, isn't it? Because they love a crazy named tournament out in the United States.
I felt like there was a jingle coming in off the back of that.
No one needs that.
140.
He's won some conventionally named tournaments, like the Las Vegas Open on a couple of occasions, the Houston Open in 2006, you say a CDC Tour event winner. He's on the Syracuse Open, and he's also won these tournaments. The Youngstown Charity Open in 2012. The Harvest Moon Tourney. That's actually the name of the tournament. The Harvest Moon Tourney in 2012.
43.
The Cherry Bomb International on 2 occasions. And he's also won the Broward County Turkey Shoot. A legitimate name of a competition.
85.
And my word, did he gobble up the competition there.
41. $43.
Morrison just trying to make the most of the fact he threw first.
93.
That could prove to be a big last start because Geldenhuys hasn't found too much in this leg.
Whoa!
And then right on cue, past Max.
It's going to be one of those matches for me, I swear.
The commentator's curse.
100.
It's alive and well here at the
Johan
Super Series.
133.
Does he take out the 133 then?
No. It's all about timing, Henry.
Right, Morrison looking
59.
at 44
Gary
to
required 44.
get his nose in front, looking for that elusive first one of the day. Having picked up, of course, 3 victories yesterday. It's double 16. Puts him
Game
halfway
shot on
there.
The third egg. Gary Morrison.
Yeah, but this is better finishing
Johan
from
to
Gary
throw first.
Morrison. 2
Game
from 4.
$60. $125.
Now, is this the moment that Gary Morrison's just starting to make his move? As we mentioned,
59.
only picked up a couple of legs so far in his first 3 matches combined. Already in that match, in this match, doubled the tally.
60.
Much better from Geldenhuys. It's been a perplexing performance so far. He's had 3 180s, but yet Averaging 82.5 because the bits in between it has been rather suspect, if we're going to be perfectly honest.
58.
He's back in the red bit again.
140.
Well, this time does manage to back up the 180 with another 2 treble visit.
Just wonder whether he's just beginning to make that bit of a move now. Geldenhuys. And Morrison
60.
is not being able to keep
62.
chase with it. Now, it is a leg on the Geldenhuys throw. He still has to break at some point if he wants to win the contest. But there's much a suggestion that he is just beginning to move on the incline. However, 2 darts for 2-2 have gone a begging, but he will come back for more.
$100. Johan requires 32.
Morrison back on 98 if Geldenhuys cannot convert this 32. That one goes way wide of
No
the
score.
target.
Gary
It's
requires
another 3 darts
98.
burned. It's 8 darts missed in this match at a double for Geldenhuys.
2 in hand, a double 19. This would be a steal.
6.
But he's unable to nick
Johan requires
leg
32.
4. And so Geldenhuys will come back for 3 more.
Game's on the 4 flag. Johan Geldenhuys.
And there you see that great big sigh of relief because there
This
was a
leg, it's
moment
Gary to
there
throw
where he
first.
could have thrown the leg away and been in all sorts of bother.
However, back on level terms, 2-2. You get the sense the player that of the two is just beginning to get on top of his opponent.
100. $95.
Yeah, you mentioned unusually
41.
named tournaments that you sometimes find over in North America, and you mentioned to me before one of our favourites, the coming up to the weekend of the Choo Choo Classic this year. It's a non-ranked
55.
tournament this year.
Well, that's annoying. Anyway, still full steam ahead for that tournament.
$59.
With the game hanging in the balance, it's a maximum number 4 for
180.
Geldenhuys. Back comes Morrison. Can he find his first max for the match? Well, he has to settle for a 140. It's a 5th 140 for Morrison. And it does put him on a finish, but Geldenhuys here will most definitely be on something a lot more manageable.
It's a strange contest because for the last few legs,
Gary
it's felt like
require
Geldenhuys is really going to
161.
take full ascendancy in it. But Gary Mawson's just keeping himself hanging on to his coattails. However, that break opportunity, which we said that Geldenhuys needs to
52.
find at some point in this game, has arisen here. Tops left after 12 to go 3-2 up, and then he'd have the darts in the next.
Game shot on the 5th
There
flag.
is said
Johan
13 darts, and much more
Geldenhuys.
like it. It's been a sneaky 4 maxis from Geldenhuys in this game.
6 flag, it's Johan to throw
And it has
first.
been sneaky.
Game on.
Well, make that 5 maximums for the man from South Africa. Geldenhuys now, courtesy of that 13
48.
darter and those 5 maximums, just averaging slightly over 88 for the match. He's picked it up towards the tail end of the game.
$85.
Good pick off there with the last. He's just beginning to overpower his opponent now. Was Gary Morrison got a bit more in the tank.
140.
We said at 2-2, it just very much felt like it was in the balance in terms of how both were playing, but Geldenhuys just found that extra gear, and he's backing it up again here in a leg that would see him propelled to the top of the table.
Well, it did feel like one of those games where someone's really got to take by the scruff of the neck, and that's exactly what
95.
Johan Geldenhuys has been able to do here. And he's 111 points away from completing a 4-2 win, and 6 darts as well from that particular mark, and he's going to need all 6. He's going to need a decent dart here.
26.
It's not the biggest of disasters, but in a leg where you've hit a max and a 1-2-5, it's back it up with 26 right at the tail end. Clearly disappointed.
92. Johan require 85.
May just be 1 dart here. Well, it may not be anything. Has to find a treble here. And the last 6 darts, if we're going to be brutally honest, Johan Geldenhuys has made a bit of a mess of things.
26.
The 1-2-6. Only on if he can find treble 19, and it's more chances to get across the line for Geldenhuys.
Johan require 58.
2 darts at double top it should be to complete a 4-2 win. And 2 darts it is at double top. Double 10 to get over the line.
48.
Just on the inside.
Gary requires 68.
And so Morrison has been reprieved here.
2 match darts come and gone, and Gary Morrison with a real opportunity. And it's 1 dart at tops.
48.
Drags it low.
Johan
And so Geldenhuys comes back again, looking at double 5 to get over the line. Drops low. And so it's only going to be 1 at double 2. Morrison looking on
8.
hopefully, and his hope, well,
Gary required
springs
20.
rather eternal.
Massive chance if Morrison can find it, which he does.
Gary
We
Morrison.
go to a last leg decider in which Gary Morrison gets the opportunity
Seventh and
to
final
throw
leg, it's
first.
Gary to throw
Geldenhuys
first.
back in the
Game
position
on.
of needing to find a breaker throw. You can see him in the back there shaking his head. 4 missed darts to get across the line.
Well, he knows an opportunity has really come to pass. If he loses this game, not just does it affect him here, but it's the overall effect it has on the group, because it means that Mervyn King can move 2 points clear of him with a win against Rowby-John Rodriguez in game number 12 of the session.
95.
And he's got Rowby himself at the end of the day. The maximum he'd be able to finish on would be 12 points.
80.
Potential that from being 2 points clear if he won this game to being 2 points behind come the end of the session.
$140.
140 in response here from Geldenhuys. But Gary Morrison,
100.
he is first, well, down to 181 after just 9 darts. But Geldenhuys here just feels like he's in a little bit of trouble in this deciding leg. How much of those
58.
missed darts that double to win the match affected him?
Looks all at sea. And Morrison, we said this a couple of legs ago,
55.
Geldenhuys looked as if he was about to streak away, but every single time it looked like he was about to make that move, Morrison just kept pace with him, and he may well be overtaking him as the finishing line approaches. And for Geldenhuys, it's just falling apart here.
23.
In the match where he's hit 5 maximums, it's Morrison with the first opportunity in the decider to get across the line.
Bullseye, does he go for it? He does,
83.
but he couldn't find anywhere near the target.
And when he returns, his MO last time, he went for the 3 for tops.
135. Gary
Is that going to be the MO here? Yes, it is. Double top to complete a 4-3 victory. Double top found for Gary Morrison to complete a 4-3 success over Johan Geldenhuys, who missed a handful of match darts to win by 4 legs to 2, ultimately defeated by 4 legs to 3. And for Gary Morrison, that's his first win of the day. Coming up after the break, Archie Self takes on Jim Meyer.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Gets it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife! It's Cole Wilkinson!
It's a win for Wilkie! And another one for Yorkshire.
Keegan rolls back the Neil Duff.
Will get a match start at the ball, and there it is! Neil Duff.
David Pallett.
At long last, it's glory for David Pallett.
Jensen Walker.
Young man, our champion.
David Evans!
And he finds tops.
Jamie
For
Owen.
a first weekly win.
Game shot and the match.
Some side!
It's an awesome 4th title for Topside.
Derek Coulson.
This is DC's universe.
Derek Coulson, 5-star performer.
Alex Small. willingly from that Welshman, Charlie Manby.
Big opportunity.
The call.
And the match. Champagne Charlie Manby.
Yeah, it's the final chance for someone to add their name to the Super Series Roll of Honour when Champions Week gets underway. We're live on Monday morning from 9:30 here on Pluto TV for that. So 11 players in the hat. We'll find out name number 12 on Saturday evening from 7:30. The action live here, of course, here on Pluto TV. We'll be talking about Claus and Santa Claus, I'm sure, before too long. But are we going to be given a bit of a present in terms of a match here? Because these two, well, they would quite happily be gift wrapped to win here, particularly with the position they find themselves in the group. Archie himself could actually jump to the top of the table if he was able to win this game by 4 legs to 1 or better against Jim Meyer, who has so far accounted for both Rowby-John Rodriguez and Mervyn King in his last 2 games.
177.
Right, I think we're going to have a good game here, just judging by the way both players have started.
This match yesterday really caught our attention. This was the match where
140.
Archie Self, he kicked off with 12, backed it up with an 11, followed it up with a 14, and we were talking about records, and I don't know if it's something that these two just seem to bring out the very best in each other.
They say in boxing that styles make fights, and these two
Archie
certainly
required 48.
tango when they face one another. Beautiful marker. Now it's awkward.
Game
What
shot
a
on the
dart.
first leg. Archie Self.
What a dart. 12
Second leg, it's Jim to
darter,
throw
1
first.
at Archie Self.
Game on.
And how he's found a way for the middle of that log jam, I've got no idea.
100.
Already feeling like a bit of a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday. Archie Self kicks off in 12.
140.
He's going a bit ballistic here, isn't he?
They both throw with a bit of pace, a lot of rhythm. Yeah, we saw that lineup for Champions Week. Jensen Walker back trying to pick up another Champions Week title. And it was actually Jensen Walker who was in that final of the boys WDF Open.
140.
Who Archie Self beat.
Well, it was a sizable upset, wasn't it, when
98.
Archie Self did get the better of Jensen at Lakeside last year. Could be potential they meet at Champions Week next week. Who knows?
58.
Yeah, still a bit of a way to go, but absolutely, it wouldn't be a surprise.
96. Jimmy Maguire, 40.
So double top for Mayer. Two tens, now up for 5s.
Game shot
Finds the 5s, and we're back on terms at 1-1. Good quality contest this up to press.
So leg it's Archie to throw first.
Yeah, although we're only in leg 3, the average is already indicating that we might have another match like we saw yesterday between the two.
100. 74.
It's crazy to think we've got a player averaging 112 who was born in December 2009.
91.
To put it in perspective, he was born after Diversity won Britain's Got Talent.
121.
You're making me feel old.
Trust me, that feels like yesterday.
140.
The big scores keep coming from both players.
133. Archie require 170.
Another one in there. Would have left the ball. But a great recovery once again with the last for Archie Self.
$76.
Unfortunate bounce out, but even if it went in, would it have made any difference whatsoever?
17. Jimmy required
perhaps it would. Double 12.
73. Archie required 32.
So 32 for Archie Self to go 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, and you can see that's awkward. You can see from that angle, it's had to come right across.
No score. Jimmy required 24.
Valiant effort, but made very difficult by those first two darts. And Jim Mayer with a break opportunity.
Game show on the third leg.
Now Mayer
Jim
gets
Mayer.
the break and goes 2-1 to the good. To put into context,
Fourth leg, it's Jim to
when
throw
Archie
first.
Self was
Game.
born, he was born in a year that Barack Obama was inaugurated as the President of the United States. Michael Jackson died.
140.
Jenson Button won the Formula One World Championship. England returned the
100.
ashes. The best-selling song of the UK in 2009 was Poker Face by Lady Gaga. I Got a Feeling by the Black Eyed Peas was top of the chart.
40.
Cheryl Cole, Fight for This Love was top of the charts.
180.
Susan Boyle had the best-selling album that year. 15 million people watched Britain's Got Talent. Joe McElderry won the X Factor.
100.
And Peggy Mitchell left EastEnders that year.
Yeah, some things seem more recent than others, I'll be honest. I guess
Yeah.
that's what's relevant to you, I guess, at the time.
I was in year 5 at school then.
100. $83. Jimmy require 121.
1-2-1 for Mayer. Ball for 3-1. Not quite there.
80. Archie require 98.
This for a break, straight back for Archie Self. It's double 12 for 2-all.
86.
Just
Jimmy
a couple of
required
times that we've
41.
seen under those pressure moments, dart just gets pulled, goes low.
So 2 in hand at double 16 for 3-1.
Game shot
In
on the
goes
fourth
double
leg.
8,
Jim Mayer.
and in goes Jim Mayer to a 3-1 lead in this contest.
Fifth
Yeah.
leg, it's Archie to
Jim,
throw
I think,
first.
did really well there because he obviously wasn't happy with either the pace or the positioning going for that double 16 with a
60.
first start, and just took a little bit of a pause. And when you are a player that plays with the kind of bounce and rhythm that he's got, it's not always easy.
100.
Really good play from Archie Self. Averaging literally a ton. 100.00.
180.
The 174 responded to with a max.
We kind of seen Jim Mayer once a year,
57.
once in 2023, once in 2024, once in 2025. This is, without doubt, the best version of Jim we have ever seen here. We know he's a handy player, he can do some good stuff.
41.
But I don't think we've ever seen this level as consistently from him before.
58.
That's what you want to see from players, isn't it? It's that taking that next step, that development, that progression.
60. Archie require 152.
Get the sense that Archie Self needs a moment here. he's not going to get the 152. And so Mayer is back,
100.
looking at 120. He's going to have to take it because Archie's left
120.
himself on 52. Awkward. Really awkward. Oh, fires away through brilliantly. Double top to win it in style.
100.
Just low.
Archie required 52.
Would have meant a ton plus check in all 4 games he's played today.
Game on the
Archie
5th
self
leg. Archie
survives
self.
1 match start from Jim Mayer.
6th leg is
Now
Jim to
Mayer
go first.
has the
Game
opportunity here to serve the match out. This is where you say to yourself as a player, right, those big scores I've been finding, let's just get them all together right here,
41.
right now. And then that happens. Kicks off with a 41 and the door is straight away open for Self to come through.
59.
He's got a sense opportunity knocking here. And these are the types of match play situations that Archie's going to learn about this week.
58.
When you're put in situations like this, when you're down and behind, but there's also just those little sniffs that open up.
49.
Yeah, drop of the head, that was unfortunate with the last, just the wrong side of the wire. But if Mayer's able to get
100.
over the line here, it really does make for very interesting reading. When it comes down to the table, we'd have 2 players on 10 points. And we'd have 4
96.
players on 8 points.
In short, there's no point even trying to predict because every single time it feels like something looks like it's going to become
53.
the case. The opposite tends to then be apparent.
58.
Well, arguably that emphatic start that we saw from both players, they've just tailed off towards the business end of the match.
140.
But that 2 treble visit could prove all important. It's Mayer first down to a finish.
98. Jimmy require 100.
And a makeable finish as well, 109. He's had finishes of 147, 104, and 110 so far today. This would be for his 4th tub plus checkout and to win the match in style.
77.
He'd be hoping to come
Archie
back. However,
require
Archie Self has already
141.
found the 141 today.
Yeah, shake of the head. Disappointment. Found that 141 in the match earlier on against Geldenhuys.
57. Jimmy require.
So it looks like
32.
in this particular contest his race is run because Jim Mayer comes back 3 darts in hand at 32 to complete a 4-2 win. And he only needs the 1 dart to do exactly that.
Mayer.
Both players averaging in excess of 90, but it is Jim Mayer who continues this terrific Tuesday for himself. That's 3 wins in a row for him. And he now puts himself onto 8 points. And it's pretty much a free-for-all now as far as this Group A is concerned. Game 12, Rowby-John Rodriguez up against Mervyn King. It couldn't get any tighter, could it? It can. Well, welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth on this Tuesday afternoon here at the Super Series. 4 more games to go. And we kick off with a meeting between Rowby-John Rodriguez and Mervyn King. Now, if Mervyn wins this game, then he moves on to 12 points. He moves top of the group. He'd have a 2-point cushion on top of it. He's actually top of the group as things stand. Up against Rowby-John Rodriguez, for whom if he wins this game, then we've got a bit of a free-for-all at the top of the table, because we would have 3 players tied on 10 points and 3 players 45. Tied on 8 points in the bottom 3 positions in the group. And for Rowby-John, actually, he could be the dictator of his own destiny here, because his last 2, on paper, yes, the top 2, but actually that might not be a bad thing right now, because if he can beat Mervyn and he can beat Johan Geldenhuys in game 14, then he's put himself in a position where
58.
He can dictate his own fate going into the final day's worth of play.
Yeah, and as a player, that's what you want more than anything else. You don't want to be relying on other players doing you favours.
140.
If he can win this by a scoreline as well, he would erode away the advantage that Mervyn King has by way of legs
93.
difference in this group. And all of a sudden, he would be back in play. But if he loses it, then
100.
his chance of winning the group probably evaporate alongside it. Mervyn be 4 points clear. Add in the legs difference factor. It'd be a long way back from that position.
44. Mervyn, you require 121.
Well, this for an early break. Treble 17 would have left the ball.
57.
Up until yesterday, these two had met 9 times on the PDC circuit. The last time Rowby-John Rodriguez got the better of Mervyn King was back in 2021,
60.
but he did
Mervyn, you require
beat him 4 legs to 2 yesterday in this short course format. And he's missed the single number. Again, it's not a huge disaster because Rodriguez has only got himself down to 201 after 15 darts.
Yeah, been a really slow start for the Austrian, who just begins to spring into life now. Might be a case of not too little in terms of scores, but a little bit too late. Because Mervyn at his best does not miss this target.
Game shot on the
However,
first leg.
double 8
Mervyn
bails him
King.
out and he gets the break and he leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
And Mervyn knows as well as anybody the opportunity that's presented himself. Despite the fact that he lost his previous game, he's still in charge of this group because of Johan Geldenhuys' defeat to Gary Morrison.
100.
Yeah, these opportunities, when it comes to the context of the table, that presenting themselves, they feel very few and far between, but this is most definitely one for Mervyn King.
58.
Arguably, though, if you're in the position of Rodriguez and you manage to get the win over King, then it could be yourself that goes in to that last match thinking, right, this is an opportunity because he's got Geldenhuys left. There is a play here where Rodriguez could find himself top of the table going into tomorrow.
Feels like a catalyst for whoever can win this contest.
$41.
Mervyn unable to really kick on. Door half a jar here for Rowby-John if he can find something significant here.
$85.
Well, that last start just keeps him within touching distance of Mervyn King.
$60.
But again, it's a traveller's visit from King, which presents an opportunity But can Rodriguez take it?
41. Mervyn, you require 160.
Well, he's just gifted Mervyn King 6 and 160 to go 2-0 to the good. He may only need the 3 here, Merv. Now head down for the 16s. Unable to keep his third dart on target.
There's a couple of times where Mervyn King's gone for that single 16
92.
off treble
Mervyn, you
16
require
bed
73.
and pulled it down low into a 7. I don't know if that's a sign of just a little bit of fatigue coming into the last stages of the second day of play.
Double top.
53.
Just low. Rodriguez
Rowby-John,
needs
you
a
require
spark
100.
here. Just needs something just to go his way. Double 10 for a ton checkout.
90.
But it's
Mervyn, you
just
require
not
20.
happening right now for the Austrian.
Game shot on the second leg. Mervyn
Shake
King.
of the head from King, but he punishes those misses from Rodriguez.
Third leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first.
2-0 to the good, and at the moment just a bit too good for Rowby-John Rodriguez.
120.
I've been going through some running repairs. Well, yesterday he had an issue with a fly. Today he's got an issue with a flight. Or as they say around these
93.
parts, flight.
Yeah, there's still the words, if I say them without thinking, that I will still turn off a light.
41.
Being from the south coast as well. Just slightly across from Portsmouth.
Around the wrong side of the
85.
M27 motorway.
That's your opinion, Henners. It's not mine.
140.
Much more like it from Mervyn. It just went.
180.
Rowby-John was thinking maybe the door's just a little bit ajar for me in this leg. Mervyn parted a max, and any kind of crumb of comfort he had in this particular leg has gone by the wayside.
85. Mervyn, you require 143.
Yeah, for me, it's Rodriguez's ability to react. As King eyes up the 143.
83. Rowby-John, you require 150.
Yes, reacting when he finds himself caught on the back foot. And he needs that treble 20.
59. Mervyn, you require 60.
So this for the double break for 3-0 and to put himself one away for victory in this contest. Double top for Mervyn King.
Game shot on the third
14
leg.
data.
Mervyn King.
3-0 to Mervyn King. And following that little bit of a slip
leg,
in
it's
his
Mervyn to
previous
throw
game, a
first.
4-2 loss
Game
to Jim Meyer. Merv is very much on the cusp of putting that particular wrong right.
$59. $60.
Yeah, that previous leg, just before Mervyn King hit that big maximum, Rodriguez just looked a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more
25.
free-flowing.
$140.
Well, there's the fly again. It was actually the meet between this pair yesterday which it became apparent.
$83.
I know that it's I'm a Celebrity Get Me Out of Here season, but I didn't know that the trials were something that were on offer
46.
in Portsmouth.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you'd think at this time of year, could have had our first really big frost last night as well. That they wouldn't be quite so. There wouldn't be quite so many of them, but yeah, no, there seems to be one or two just hanging around, and they seem to like it when these two are on the stage.
I can tell you why
100.
there's so many flies on the stage. And it comes down to one reason, and one reason only. And it doesn't matter what time of year it happens, because it only ever happens on a seldom occasion. That is
42.
Owen Binks opening up his wallet.
Rowby-John to require 155.
It's like Halley's Comet. $85 left.
120.
35 left when he comes back.
97.
Well, this was the first leg for Rodriguez in this match, but importantly for him, it would be a breaker throw. Only 4
Mervyn
darts
require
afforded in this match at a
110.
double, and none of them converted by Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Triple 18 got. Double 18 also got. And that means every player's had a top plus checkout today. But more pertinently and more importantly for Mervyn King, that's a 4-0 win, which puts him onto 12 points. But also in terms of his legs difference, puts him in a very, very strong position. He's on plus 10 in that particular department. He's on 12 points in that department. And he's 2 clear as we enter the final round of games.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jorgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series champion, Jeff Smith.
So, welcome back. We're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're 12 out of 15 games down on this Tuesday afternoon. And before the break, Mervyn King got the better of Rowby-John Rodriguez by 4 legs. It means that he is 2 points clear at the top of Group A from Johan Geldenhuys in second spot. And everybody else finding themselves on 8 points in the group, respectively. It is very tight here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So let's get into the final round, and it is Maya and Morrison that go head to head. The winner of this one will finish the day with 10 points to their name and put himself in a good position, possibly to win the group, but perhaps more importantly for them at this present moment in time, first task first to get into Group B, and they give themselves a big hand in terms of doing that. It's Jim Meyer to get us underway in the black and gold shaded shirt with the star emblazoned on his left chest.
100.
Yeah, and this was another match that really did come alive yesterday morning. It was one of those ones that we referenced a couple of times where Morrison won 4 legs to 3, averaging just under 90. He was 4 from 5 on his doubles. They were exceptional. Jim Meyer averaged just over 102.5 and didn't have anything to show for it afterwards. But I think today what Jim has got right that he didn't get right yesterday is actually just getting over the line when he's had those opportunities. When they presented, he's definitely improved in that area. Very different day for Gary Morrison. The one solitary win to his name, but one that most definitely would have frustrated Geldenhuys, because Geldenhuys missed 4 darts to get across the line, and 45. It was Morrison that was victorious. And it's the reason that the table is once again so tightly packed.
Very much wide open.
85.
Well, you only have to look. If Gary Morrison can win by any scoreline, it will propel him from the bottom of the table into 3rd position.
96.
It's a crazy group. Mayer, with any win, would actually temporarily leapfrog Johan Geldenhuys into 2nd position in the table ahead of his meeting with Rowby-John Rodriguez. There is a possibility that Mervyn King could move 4 points clear at the top of the group, and then you just have an absolute free-for-all for 2nd and 3rd spot come Wednesday. Mayer's not going to find the 120, but that max for Morrison means he should get a dart here to break through on this opening leg.
Tops for an early break, a throw.
56. Jimmy required 20.
It was a well-thrown dart, but just south of the wire. And can Meyer use that as a guide? He can indeed. Finds the bottom of the bed.
And so, having evaded a dart from his opponent, Meyer goes one up. It's been a much more productive day today for the Luxembourgian.
42.
And whilst you've got the opportunity, it's time to answer today's Tungsten Teaser.
140.
The question was, how many players have been PDC World #1 in the past? The correct answer,
96.
14 players. 14 have ascended to the top of the Tungsten Throne. Those players being
39.
Phil Taylor, Michael Van Gerwen, Alan Warren a Little, Rod Harrington, Luke Humphreys, Colin Lloyd, Gerwin Price, Peter Manley, Michael Smith, John Part, Peter Wright,
90.
Raymond Van Barneveld, Dennis Priestley, and of course the new world #1, Luke the Nuke Littler.
42.
Yeah, I like that list. That was a good list. I got all bar one.
Very exclusive club.
Yeah, it's always surprising when you look at the list of names, because we talk about like legends of the sport, and you always factor in the likes of a Gary Anderson or an Adrian Lewis, but because they played at a time where Taylor and MVG were just so dominant.
140.
Never quite made it to the dizzy heights of world number one.
Well, Michael van Gerwen has held the position for the longest amount of time consecutively. It was 7 years pretty much he was world number one between 2014 and 2021. Without anybody really coming close to overtaking him until he was overtaken by Gerwyn Price. Even when Gary Anderson won back-to-back world titles, because Van Gerwen was hooving up every other event, he couldn't even get close to him in the world rankings.
Well, Gary Morrison with a chance of making this scoreline a lot closer. It's 1 up and it's double 5.
77. Jimmy require 80.
So for 2-0, it's going to be 1 dart, but this could be blocked. There is a lot in the way of this target.
60.
And he's unable to find a way through.
Game shot on the second leg.
Morrison levels for 1-1. Punishes that misstart at tops for Jim Meyer.
Jim to throw first. Game on. $85. $137. $58.
Bit of a tentative third leg. But it's Morrison
100.
that seems to be trying to make a move on the Meyer throw.
$100.
Well, it's the second maximum of the match, and both have gone the way of Gary Morrison.
$60. Gary require 84.
So 84 to go 2-1 to the good. Doesn't have to chase the ball, which is why I head down for the 16s.
52.
What, though, after what was a really troubling start to the day for Gary Morrison, he could really turn things around towards the end of it. Defied a 5 max display from Johan Geldenhuys in the previous match, and he could find himself 2-1 to the good here. And 10 points is going to put him in the picture, particularly in terms of Group B qualification come tomorrow morning. Out of 14 dart breaker throw, 2-1 to the good, and Gary Morrison's just beginning to take charge of this contest.
He was kind of put on the back foot, wasn't he, from the very off. He played the opening match of today's session and was hit by a barrage of big scores and immaculate finishing
42.
from Mervyn King, who averaged in excess of 111. Didn't quite recover. Lost 4-0 to Archie Self, but then started playing himself back into a little bit of form. And you could arguably rescue the day if he can win this one after beating Geldenhuys.
Damage limitation. And because the group is that tight, he's kind of been able to get away with it because of what he did yesterday.
180. $58.
Just to prove the point of the fact that Morrison's just played himself into a bit of form. He's had 1 maximum all day, but in this match he's found 3. He's 2 from 5 on the doubling as well, and averaging around the 95 mark.
100.
Much more like it from the American ace.
And as I mentioned before, he sat at number 7 on the CDC table. Table that's topped by someone who's played here previously, and Adam Savada, a name that's often spoken about coming out of America.
Gary require 82.
Weekly finalist earlier on this year. Lost to Alex Small. Double 16.
50. Jimmy require
That's been the Achilles heel, though, hasn't it? Those opportunities not being taken.
The 151 also not taken by Maya, and
55. Gary requires
3 darts in hand in this match anyway. Gary Morrison has been on target.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
On target
Gary
there.
Morrison.
And Gary Morrison opens up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
5th leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $131. $100.
It's something we've spoken about previously, but perhaps haven't touched on over the last couple of days. There's also that adjustment for players who, some players, they don't always naturally get up and start playing at 9:30 in the morning. It can take you just a couple of rounds to kind of wake up to the day and make sure that you're settled in.
Not always easy conditions to acclimate yourself into.
140.
Well, no, because some players like a good couple of hours practice. I know Mervyn King is synonymous for getting to arenas early and making sure that he's had enough practice on the Archie.
100.
So if you want to be here by 7:30, you know, you've got breakfast at 6:30, you've got to be up by like 5:30, 6 o'clock.
No
he's
score.
bust it. He's caught the flight at dart 1, and that is disaster for Jim Mayer. And this for Gary Mawson's opened up the door.
Yeah, in a leg that he was in total control of. Just that one lax throw towards the tail end, because we've seen it before. And players, they normally
140.
do like to overemphasize and overthrow that last dart. Another chance here for the 130, but now all sorts of pressure on it.
Well, at least he can't bust it now.
Yeah, it's frustration.
78. Gary requires 61.
So 61 for the match for Gary Mawson. He did not expect this opportunity in this leg. It's an opportunity nonetheless. A double 18 just scrapes the inside.
Jimmy requires 52.
Another slip on a combination finish, and it's 2 darts in hand here at double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
This
Jim
time
Mayer.
Mayer does polish off the finish, and a little raise of the eyebrows there, because I don't think he expected to come back to the Archie.
Brings it back to 3-2. And Morrison being forced to serve this particular contest out.
That's one of the frustrating things about darts, isn't it? Morrison 18 points away from a place, well, a victory, a second victory of the day, and now he's right back on 501 points.
85.
Although it's not as bad as the World Championships in a few weeks' time, as you're going to be covering, Laura, where a player could have darts to win a match in a set, and then they've got to go back to 3 legs away.
Yeah, that is absolutely
22.
brutal.
Yeah, I think we're going to have some fun at Ali Pali this year.
Like I say, I just can't wait to see how the draw pans out, because obviously this extended format could throw up some really interesting first round ties. And yeah, the seeds, I think, you know, not all those seeds are going to be safe.
And I just think the standard as well of international qualifiers this year, I know it's been extended the format and they're one of the big beneficiaries of it. But I just look at the standard and the quality of players coming from these secondary regions that the PDC are providing, and the quality of them this year look better than perhaps any other year.
You've got DPA, you've got CDC up in North America, you've got the Asian tour as well. There's a
99.
going to be I think 7 or 8 Asian players that are coming in off the tour, including the legend that is Paul Lim, back at the Ali Pali. I think I've lost count of how many times he's been there now, but back again.
We're going to have limbs at
85.
Alexandra Palace.
Gary, you require 140.
Well, I think the Aussie Premier League over the last weeks has just shown how good the standard is
26.
on the affiliate tours, as the PDC like to call it.
Well, from 140, only 26 points found. And Jim Meyer here, desperately hoping that he will get an opportunity to return to the hockey.
Gary, you require 114.
So 1-1-4 for Morrison to complete a 4-2 win. Had a chance to win the game in the previous leg. It's not going to get one to win it here. And so Mayer is back for 54 to take
54.
us all the way to a last leg decider. But he's missed a big number. And he is just beginning to get a bit hot under the collar.
Options from 45, and it's double 16. It rescued him last time, but it
38.
can't on this occasion.
Gary, you require 60.
So this for the match and for 4-2 victory. It's double top for Gary Morrison. To rescue his day with 2 wins right at the very end of it. A 4-2 success for Gary Morrison against Jim Meyer, who had a very good middle of the day, but at the end unable to find that final win, which would have really put him in the mix. That's the tale of the tape statistically. Next up, Johan Geldenhuys takes on Rowby-John Rodriguez. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
So game 14 of 15, and it is a meeting between Johan Geldenhuys and Rowby-John Rodriguez. For Rowby, he had an opportunity to potentially go top of the group for winning this game. He got the better Mervyn King last time out. He's now at the bottom of the Group A table. That is how quickly things can shift in this particular group. He takes on Johan, who is looking to join Mervyn King on 12 points in the group, and he'll then be watching on rather interestedly to see what would happen in the match between Mervyn King and Archie Self at the end of the day. It was a game yesterday that was won by Rowby-John Rodriguez in a last leg decider 4-3. That was despite the fact Johan hit all 3 of the double attempts he had. Rowby with an average just over the 90 mark, 4 from 10 on his doubles, including a 1-4-5 checkout in there. How is he going to get on against Geldenhuys? Game 14 of 15. And for Rowby-John, this feels must win for him.
80.
Yeah, it's getting to that point, isn't it? Because he's only picked up a solitary win today. And I think a player who's come in here, I know he's on debut, but with the experience he's got, with 42. The exploits that he's done on the Pro Tour, with the PDC, I think the expectation for him personally would have been to be right in and amongst the top names when it comes to the table. As it stands, as you mentioned, 85. He's at the foot of the table, but again, a win here, that would see him jump right back up into 4th position, potentially 3rd, depending on whether he would win by a scoreline, because his leg difference 93. Is the worst out of anyone in the group. He's -8, hence why he's at the foot of the table.
It's certainly been a case for Rowby-John Rodriguez. When it's gone right, it's gone very right. But when it's gone wrong, it's gone very, very wrong. As Geldenhuys piles in the game's first maximum. Quickly and swiftly followed by the second.
Another one of those. For double 18 for a 156.
138.
Almost 6 perfect darts for Geldenhuys at the tail end of leg 1.
125.
Oh, what an opening leg this is. Geldenhuys on a double after 12. Rodriguez keeping very close order. And he's going to get a look at the 61.
Rowby-John requires 61.
Well, what an opportunity this is. Single 5 means it's going to be 1 dart and 1 dart only at double top.
41.
He's unable to oblige to the task.
18.
Has to make sure he does not go inside. Avoids that trap. 1 left in hand.
On the first leg, Johan Geldenhuys.
Yeah, I think he was indicating that possibly wasn't the line he was looking for, but it's all about the outcome. And the outcome is he is 1 leg to the good.
1 up, and that's all he will care about.
100.
Into the World Championship. Number of Super Series regulars will be participating there. Bo Greaves, Charlie Manby, Jamai van den Herik, Jurjen van der Velde, Stefan Belmont. Today it's, of course, Mervyn King, Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, Noelin van Leuven, Gemma Hayter.
60.
Boris Kirchmar qualified for the South East Europe qualifier. Adam Gavlas qualifying at the weekend. Our friend Di Davies
60.
will be there as well. Alex Spellman, Leonard Gates, Adam Zavada, David Cameron, Stowe Bunce, Andreas Harrison.
I'm not sure there's a tournament this year at the back end of the year anyway that Boris Kirchmar has not qualified for.
You know the 8 stars that are on his shirt? They're not for things that he's won. It's actually for the amount of World Championships he's qualified for.
81.
Lakeside, Ali Pally, Soft Tip World Championship. He probably would have entered the global qualifier if he knew about it.
58.
Yeah, he came very, very close, didn't he, to picking up a weekly win here just a couple of weeks back, which then would have propelled him into Champions Week, which then could have actually put him in the globals as well. So
100.
And no one's going to say, no, you can't play in that qualifier, Boris.
140.
He's somebody, let's just say, is using the system to his advantage. And fair play to him. If there's opportunities to play, go play.
60. Rowby-John require 85.
Rowby-John getting close to qualifying for Lakeside himself back in Budapest.
53. Johan 155.
Is there another big ton topper in Geldenhuys? There may well be, but it's not the 155 here.
139. Rowby-John require 32.
So 32 for 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg.
And it
Rowby-John
goes,
Rodriguez.
and we are back on level turns. All square. 1-1, one apiece.
Third leg, it's Johan to throw it first. Game on. $58. $56.
Yeah, this is our penultimate match of Tuesday of moving day.
30.
The last one, Mervyn King back in action against Archie self. A match that kicked off all the action on Monday morning.
11.
Yeah, the first two, they were well thrown darts, but just the wrong side of the wire.
Well, at the moment, this is very much a sorry state of affairs
96.
for Rowby-John Rodriguez. But there's no such thing as charity here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
82. $95.
Yeah, for Geldenhuys, you just wonder the way things are going. One treble, a visit, that may prove to be enough.
Well, they look like they're shopping
50.
around for trebles at this present moment in time.
Yeah, quite often in these kind of contests, it's all about the checkout.
52.
Are we going to be shopping for a big fish here?
59.
Have we got the catch of the
Johan
day?
require 107.
Can the great white shark reel it in? No, he can't.
92.
Obviously wasn't hungry.
It's a good adjustment and an important adjustment for
125.
Rodriguez because
Johan require
leaves
78.
him on a combination finish if Geldenhuys cannot find double 12.
Game shot on the third leg. Johan
2-1
Geldenhuys.
to the South African.
Fourth leg, it's Rowby-John to throw first. $120.
Geldenhuys, he cuts quite a stoic figure up on the stage. He's always really rather focused. You don't get a great deal of reaction from him.
Doesn't give too much away.
60.
But I think that's good in a player. I think sometimes there are players that give so much away that it actually gives confidence to the opponent.
60.
Sometimes just a bit too expressive. Matthew Edgar makes a salient point about Phil Taylor in the respect of,
125.
yes, Phil Taylor had tails. Or tails, shall I say. Now that's an exclusive.
135.
I think we really need to know where you were going with it now.
70.
Basically, in a game when he's struggled, there was the infamous bite into the flights and the bite into the fingernails. However, every single time that he showed his tail, it'd always be
99.
behind the opponent's back. You'd never physically, if you're an opponent, you'd never see Phil dejected. Always be when the opponent's throwing and they've got their back to him.
Tails. I get it now.
68.
I thought you meant
Rowby-John
stories, to be
87.
honest.
He's got a few of them. You can watch that on Pluto TV on another broadcast.
31.
Rodriguez there just trying to chip away. Only the 31 points, but knows to be back for 56.
58.
So at least
Rowby-John require 56.
square the contest up at 2-2. Another missed big number, which means only the one.
24.
Which doesn't go at double 16.
Johan, you require 120.
And this well within the remit of Geldenhuys. It's tops for a 120 and a 3-1 lead.
100. Rowby-John, you require 32.
So double 16 to equilibrize this contest.
Game shot
We
the
are at an
fourth
even
leg.
kilter.
Rowby-John Rodriguez.
Desmond, 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on. $100.
Well, both players will be in touch with the top if they can win this game. It's not a hegemonized group as of yet.
60.
Yeah, there's still everything to play for, isn't there, going into tomorrow's action, regardless of how these last two games go.
180.
And that's second maximum for Geldenhuys. I do think that the one player with
57.
the best advantage, I think, especially if he can pick up a win in the last match, Mervyn King could go into tomorrow at least, well, 4 points
60.
clear is the potential.
Open up perfectly. However, Geldenhuys has got all the advantage in this leg, and all he has to do from this point onwards is hold throw, and he'd be the victor. Sounds simple, much harder in reality.
95. Johan, you require 161.
So 161 to put himself 2 within 1. Doesn't have to go for it, and we'll never know if he was going to go for the bull.
137.
Beautiful setup play once again. And Rodriguez, another position where he's on the back foot and finds a big 2 treble visit.
24.
The problem is he's finding those visits when he's chasing in legs. He's been unable to really put his best foot forward when he can really strike the impetus.
No score.
However, 149
Rowby-John,
has already been
149.
hit from him today. He's not going to repeat the trick here.
97. Johan, you require 24.
And you don't expect Geldenhuys to miss the target once again. 3 darts in hand.
Game shot on the fifth
Finds
leg.
it with the
Johan
seconds.
Geldenhuys.
To put him to within a leg of victory and within a
Fifth leg is
leg
Rowby-John
of
to
going
throw
level on
first.
points of Mervyn King, who plays Archie self in the final match of the Tuesday morning session here at the Live Lounge in
41.
Portsmouth. But just because this session's done doesn't mean that Pluto TV is done on this Tuesday, because plenty of other bonus goodies
100.
for you once we're done, once we're finished with the live action. Mervyn King will be the subject of the Tungsten Talk. Actually, we mentioned Phil Taylor's tales. Well, you'll be hearing some of his tales in an
84.
audience with at 4:30 this afternoon. See, it was just all advertising after all. Then you've got the breaker throw, 9-dart heroes with Paul Nicholson,
140.
analysing Jasper Scarrett, Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman. And if you want some more darts, you can tonight from 9 o'clock.
95.
A replay of the World Seniors Darts Champion of Champions will be with you. Featuring Phil Taylor.
125.
Well, this is some leg from Geldenhuys. Time 140, 125, 136 after 9. A match-winning opportunity incoming
56.
to the man from South Africa.
Johan 136.
Unable to take out the 136, but what he would give for a ton here.
60.
Just couldn't quite crowbar way through the middle there.
Yeah, but he's done well. There were awkward darts just to keep that last one straight. Because you feel from 76 you should be getting at least one at a double.
61. Johan requires 76.
Well, he's got plenty of time on his side, and this to get the job done for Johan Geldenhuys. It's going to be a match dart at double top. Has to shuffle across.
36.
Should come back,
require 164.
but should be in the operative word.
Yeah, frustration for Rodriguez.
42. Johan requires
So this
40.
to end his day on 12 points. Double 10 for Johan Geldenhuys. Again, a little shuffle across, and it clips off the barrel and finds a way through. And Johan Geldenhuys gets the better of Rowby-John Rodriguez by 4 legs to 2. A win which for the South African puts him onto 12 points overnight. 4-2 he wins, and it means the ball's in the court of Mervyn King. He takes on Archie Self in the final game of the session here on this Tuesday morning.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So the final game of the day is a meeting between Mervyn King and Archie Self. The pair looking to finish on a high. Mervyn King looking to finish top of the table overnight. A victory in this one will put him on to 14 points. 2 clear of Johan Geldenhuys, who will kick off tomorrow's show against Rowby-John Rodriguez. Hope you could join us live for it. We'll be back on air from 9:30 for that. For Archie Self, looking to pick up a win, which would put him on to 10 points in
First
the group.
against Mervyn to throw
And would
first.
put him just a couple off of Mervyn
Game on.
at the top of the table. And his legs difference is fairly good, +2 going into this particular contest. So if he wins this, he'll be guaranteed to leapfrog Gary Morrison into third
81.
position overnight. And will be in a very good position, if not to win the group, then particularly to put himself within the realms of a
81.
Group B position going into Wednesday's play. It's been another bit of a head-scratching day in terms of results and in terms of not knowing where anything could go at any point.
130.
I wonder what the final twist and turn on this Tuesday is going to be.
It really has been one of those days, hasn't it? But it makes it interesting
96.
reading going into tomorrow, regardless of the result. Obviously, a win for Archie Self, as you mentioned, just means that that table is even tighter packed. A win for Merv, and then he is clearly at the top of the table.
58.
But you'd have to say it's been a productive day for Mervyn King, no matter how you look at it. Mervyn really stamped his authority in this opening match between the two
134.
yesterday, averaging in excess of 95. 2 ton plus checkouts in that match, a 104, a 130, 4 from 5 on the doubles. Really did set off, as he did today, looking like he meant business.
98.
Yeah, just a casual average of 111.33 to get the day's action started. Now, it was never going to be kept to those mesmeric heights, but what he has been able to do for the most part of the day is keep to a level which is always going to see him pick points up. He's won 3 out of his first 4, looking to make it 4 out of 5, and looking for 130 to take out the opening leg. Unable to get, and so Self here
58.
looking at
Archie
132.
require 132.
Gotta love a champagne shot, but no longer an option for Archie Self.
92. Mervyn requires 72.
Champagne shot from somebody who's not legally allowed to have champagne. Double top.
32.
Just higher the mark. This is a charts here. Real charts for Archie Self.
Mervyn require 40.
Yeah, shake of the head, because I agree, Henry. I think that was a huge opportunity early doors for Archie Self.
Game shot on the first.
Self
set.
misses, King
Mervyn
punishes.
And so
Second leg is
1-0
Archie to throw first.
in the favour of the man at the top of the table.
121.
So it's a bit of a last-minute invite for Mervyn. The eagle-eyed amongst you will know that he was originally provisionally penciled in to another week, but had
60.
to withdraw due to injury. But with there being a gap in the schedule, he was penciled in for another date, and so far things going swimmingly for him as Archie Self piles in the game's first maximum.
$97.
Good switch with the last for Mervyn King, but it's Self here with the initiative in leg 2.
140.
Good 140 there from Archie Self to leave himself on a potential 11 darter to level this game up at 1 apiece. 60 left after just 9 darts.
97. Archie requires
And I like
6.
how he can bounce back from that disappointment. He was visibly not happy at missing darts in the last one, but it could be a double-double finish here for Archie Self.
50.
Unlucky, but I tell you what, he's played some incredible stuff today. His lowest average so far in this session, 84.68. And that was in a 4-0 winning performance
80.
against Gary Morrison, who was
Archie requires
struggling at the start of the session. However, can't afford to keep missing here, because Mervyn King is slowly but surely creeping up.
On the second leg, Archie
And
Self.
Archie Self does level up by eventually finding double 2.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
There is a lot about today's performances. You break down the numbers, you break down the doubling percentages as well. There's a lot to like about what Archie Self has done today.
140.
And I think the biggest compliment that we can pay him is we've actually hardly spoken about his age.
100.
16 years and 1 day.
Yeah, a record that's going to be impossible to break.
Literally impossible to break.
Impossible to break. It could be matched, I guess, in the future.
100. 134.
Don't forget, he'd be mixing this with exams and things like that. So a lot to juggle on the plate for Archie Self, but he takes everything in his stride.
140.
And it's incredible to think that you got Mitchell Lorry debuting at the Lakeside World Championships
38.
next week at the age of
Mervyn, you require
14.
121.
Yeah, potentially someone that Archie Self may have to navigate if he's to retain the title of the WDF Boys
97.
Open World Champion.
Well, there's a possibility that Mitchell Lorry may have to do what
171.
Sophie McKinney did
Mervyn, you
last year
require
and play
24.
a youth and a main World Championship final in the same night as King
Games on the third
piles
leg.
double 12 for 13
Mervyn
darter to go 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, Mitchell
Four-legged
Lorry's got
Archie
that
to
opportunity,
throw
as does
first.
Paige Pauling. Paige Pauling, both in the girls and in the women's event. Player that we've seen here at
121.
Women's Week on a few occasions.
I think it's fair to say it's a Women's World Championship this year, which is very much open for interpretation, without the likes of Bo, without the likes of Lisa Ashton, Gemma Hayter in the field.
140.
There'll be a lot of players that will be fancying their chances of lifting that coveted trophy for the very first time in their careers.
123.
Yeah, and probably none more so than the current England captain, indeed, to Hedman. Pretty much got every title
41.
going over her long career, but she finds herself in a very tough group, playing the winner of Kersey Venikainen or Makuru Suzuki.
For me, Kersey Venikainen is my
123.
pick to pick up the title.
She has been putting in some big performances, but Suzuki as well, another one, won the gold event over in South Korea recently. That's how she secured her passage through to the World Championships.
140. Archie require 134.
So 6 darts here for Archie to level this game up at 2 apiece on 134. Tops. Well, decided to go conventional there with 80 left in hand. Decided to go for the
76.
treble to leave double 10. Very old school from a new school player.
No, but yeah, when they're not on a finish, do you run the
95.
risk of
Archie require 58.
potentially just throwing it out the board and not scoring anything?
Game
But
shot
all's
on the
well that
fourth leg.
ends well,
Archie
and it
Self.
is a 2-dart out for Archie Self to level it up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, despite the first leg going 20 darts, ever since then, players haven't looked back. 15 and a 14 from Archie Self, and that 13-dart leg from Mervyn King.
83.
Yeah, those back few legs have propelled their averages both
40.
well into the 90s.
$100. $134. $140.
So King in charge of this fifth leg.
95.
Everything going with throw so far.
83.
A trend that Mervyn King would be more than happy to see continue.
65. Mervyn, you require 95.
So 95 for Mervyn to move 3-2 to the good. Number 19 leaves the double, but he's decided to split. He's hit the 10 to double 14.
Game
No
shot
mistake
on the fifth
whatsoever.
leg.
It was almost
Mervyn
if that
King.
was his intention. 3-2.
Sixth flag gets Archie to
I like
throw
that.
first.
Just style it out because, yes, I'm sure it was a 6. But yeah, when you have the two numbers together, it's sensible to kind of go for that middle area.
100.
Well, Mervyn now a leg away from going 2 points clear at the top of the group going into Wednesday's
60.
play, which will be live with you from 9:30 tomorrow on the Pluto TV network of channels.
100. $55.
Slip with the last and a raise of the eyebrows from Mervyn King.
100.
And 3 consecutive tons for Archie self. Another one and potential, what we would call a red pen leg.
100. $130.
There goes that notion.
You don't tend to see them as much as you used to when we used to actually use a red pen to score a ton.
And people have also realised if you head for 25, you leave yourself 96.
100. Archie requires 67.
Double 17 leaves double 8. Now double 4. Mervyn's not going to finish.
Game shot on the sixth
And that
flag.
didn't matter a jot.
Archie self.
We're going all the way. Last leg decider. 3-3.
Seventh and final leg. It's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Poor Archie had no idea what to do there, did he? He wanted to go for the fist bump, but he almost looked too scared to.
$81.
You do sometimes find that there are players that you just focus during the zone. You don't want to break that level of concentration. I think, especially when they're the kind of older school generation, it wasn't something that was necessarily done on every occasion.
Nowadays, some players just fist bump after every leg anyway.
140.
Wow. That's some visit from some player,
180.
some young man. Well, Mervyn unable to leave a finish. Self with just a ton
40.
would be first to an out shot in this last leg. Problem is he's chasing now. Finds that so needed treble.
91.
That's superb. Leaves himself on the fish after 9.
Yeah, that would be some way to get over the line.
100. Archie, you require 170.
If this goes, it may well break the internet, but the 170 attempt is off the cards.
42. Mervyn, you require 140.
Yeah, and a bit of a slip. Would have wanted to be further down off the 170. Bit of reprieve from Mervyn King.
92.
He does
Archie,
find a big treble.
128.
Last start of asking.
So 128 for the match. Not to be 56 left, and just judging by the expression, he knew the significance potentially of that miss. And so Mervyn King comes back looking at 48 to finish Tuesday at the top of the pile and to give himself a 2-point lead going into Wednesday's play. It's double 16 for the match. It's double 16 for the win. Mervyn King is 2 points clear at the top of the table. A brilliant embrace between the pair at the end there, who gave us such an enthralling battle. And Mervyn really was made to work for it there. Archie Self has put in a really good daily performance. He could be really proud of the performances he put in. Maybe not overly enamoured with the points return, but even in losing there, averaging just under 96, but it was all about Mervyn King. He kicked off the day with an average of 111. He's ended the day with a 4-3 win, and we'll have reaction to it after the break. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth.
Tuesday's action here at the Modus Super Series has come to a close, and before the break we saw Mervyn King get the better of Archie South by 4 legs to 3. It means that the twice BDO World Championship finalist is at the top of the Group A table going into Wednesday's play. He's got a 2-point lead from the South African Johan. Geldenhuys in second spot. Gary Morrison finds himself in third. Archie South, Jim Meyer and Rowby-John Rodriguez all with 8 points following the conclusion of the second day's worth of play. Laura Turner's with me here in the studio to look back on everything that we've seen on this Tuesday afternoon. Look, we've got to start with Mervyn King. He made that statement with the opening win of 111 average, and throughout the course of the day, he just seemingly just had that little bit extra, didn't he?
Yeah, he said to you earlier, didn't he, that he wanted to up those levels. He knows that there's definitely more to give. And wow, he showed it in the first one, 111.33 average. It was absolutely outstanding. We didn't expect those levels to continue, but he got the 4-0 win over Rowby-John as well. Just the one slip, just the one game that he didn't get across the line in. But yeah, it's a good return for a day's action.
It was the type of campaign that's so synonymous with players that have success here, just efficient all round.
And that's what we said about his performances yesterday. He was very accurate. He had the highest doubling percentage, second highest overall average for the whole day. So yeah, it's an interesting one. But yeah, for me, Mervyn's probably just been the most consistent performer, as well as getting those results.
Elsewhere, Johan Geldenhuys in second position in the table overnight. What would be your overall assessment of his play today?
He's looked really solid, hasn't he? He doesn't give very much away as a player. There were a few times where he'd missed a couple of crucial doubles, and there was frustration in losing that game to Morrison, because that one it felt quite key in terms of where he was going to end up in the table. He could have been joint on points going into tomorrow with Mervyn King if he'd picked up a win there. So yeah, but overall, again, another player that's very consistent, and one of those players, mid-range shots, he's been really quite accurate.
I get the sense that Gary Morrison's probably going to be the happiest player coming out of today.
Well, he was in that position, wasn't he, where he had to rescue the day. He salvaged it in the end. It was a very difficult start. He was the one that ran into Mervyn King in that first match, didn't it? Just took him a couple of games to recover afterwards, but to pick up those 2 wins right at the end, he's going to leave here with a slightly better feeling probably than where he was halfway through the day.
In terms of his performances, though, Archie South could be really happy with what he's put in. Just the results didn't quite match up.
No, and yeah, it goes that way. But performance levels, we've never got any doubt when Archie steps up onto that oche anyway. We know exactly what he can do. It's just a couple that got away, including that last one against Mervyn King. He knew from the 1-2-8, needed that second treble 18, and you could see in the reaction, he thought, all right, that's it, it's game over. Unfortunately for him, it was, but he's still in the mix. They all are. Everyone's still going.
And then we look further down the table. Rowby-John Rodriguez, for example. Today may be a day where we saw good stuff from him, but maybe when push came to shove, was just found wanting a little bit.
Yeah, I think out of every player, he'd possibly be the most disappointed. Just the solitary win today, and from a player that's had the exploits and done what he's done, that's where the frustration will probably come, because he's not been able to replicate it here time after time. We saw the 149 there. We've seen some brilliant stuff from him, but as you say, it's just that consistency, finding it. You don't have to find the emphatic shots all the time, but it was those pop finishes, those ones where you had a few darts in hand, missing doubles, and it cost him in the end.
Jim May has been a revelation. We've seen him here a couple of times before. We know that he's a capable player, but this feels in excess of anything we've seen from him before so far.
Yeah, and I spoke to him earlier on before the session started and said, yeah, you played really well yesterday. He said, yeah, but it's all about the results. And I totally agree. And today he's maintained those kind of levels of performance, but today the results have come. He's timed everything ever so slightly better. So, yeah, for me, he has probably been, along with Mervyn King, the most consistent.
Where are we at in terms of this group?
That's a good question, and one that I don't know if I can answer, because we asked this yesterday and I had no clue. Ask it again. Look at the points. I still think it's absolutely anyone's if someone turns up tomorrow.
But that leg's difference for Mervyn could be so key, couldn't it? Plus 11.
That's going to be the key thing. Mervyn's going to need to slip up, obviously, but it could be Geldenhuys. He's only 2 points, 1 win behind, and if he gets a big win over the likes of a Mervyn King, we could see that leg difference shift. So, yeah, everyone's still in the mix. Obviously, the ones at the foot end of the table, they're going to be reliant on the top 2 or 3, making a few mistakes. But yeah, when it comes to results day, anything can happen.
Well, Laura, thank you very much. I'll see you again tomorrow. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, Mervyn King is going to be the focus on the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk. The story of James Wade takes place at 5:30 today, and then Mervyn King is looking to take a lead into a victory as when Group A comes to a close. That's tomorrow morning from 9:30. We're going to get the action back underway, and it all builds up to a crescendo on Saturday night. We'll find out the final player, the final spot through to Champions Week from 7:30 p.m. But it's Mervyn King who finds himself on the throne. But can he hang on tomorrow? We'll find out from 9:30. We shall see you then. Take care. Bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yeah!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith!
And it is! That shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game